high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight.
time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weather. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invisible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
You can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
Dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in life. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything is still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in life. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in life.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Fucking stinks. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We burn if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad, it's how we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
In this world
KMW. Meanwhile, runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best of 5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channel. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
Skill button. The moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversaries, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I chase. With the light of victory, you pierce through the thorns, the path to honor. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. 2 independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while 3rd place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage. featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the major last call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
Become a pro player? How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate. Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada. It's time to walk the path of honor.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are in the world, and welcome to day 3 of the Kings Major West League. The best of the West, baby. That's what we're here to see today. My name is Rafa, making my Honor of Kings debut. I'm joined by the one and only YikeZGG, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy that is the representative, the king of the YikeZGG gang, showing up in chat all days of the week. I know day one, they're like, where's YikeZGG? Where's YikeZGG? Where's my boy? But we got him yesterday, we got him here today. So YikeZGG, take me through. What are we looking forward to in day 3 of the Major West League?
Thank you for such a warm welcome here, Rafa. Day 3 here, just like the first 2 days of rankings week, we got 4 very exciting matches here. Now the rankings are kind of getting solidified here. This is the time where you got to start, locking in if you're on the bottom of the standings, and if you're among the first, start, extending and solidifying that lead. We got 4 action-packed matches here today. We got OG Esports versus 9Z Global, Twisted Minds versus MKOI. We got next RÜYA versus Virtus.pro, and MKOI versus OG Esports here at the very end. Some action-packed games from teams that have not lost and teams that have not won.
A very packed schedule, and the reason why they're all competing is for this insane prize pool at the end of the Path of Honor here, YikeZGG. $50,000 total to be dispersed among all the winning teams. The champion of the Major West League receiving the big portion of that prize, 10,000 USD. But of course, even competing in the Major West League, you can still receive at least 6,000 USD just because you have able to become a partner team for the league, or you're able to qualify through one of our open series for the Major West League. So already the teams are eating good. But as you were talking about, Yumus, the participating teams in the Major West League, this is the best of the West. We have OG, Twisted Minds, YikeZ Globant, Next RÜYA, ALO, Esports, Virtus.pro, and of course Movistar Koi.
Very excited for these matches to throw down here on the third day of Rankings Week. As we go into it here, once again, here's the schedule. We're starting off with OG versus YikeZGG. Very excited to see the OG games. They're the only team that plays this aggressively. All the other teams, I feel like, play a very balanced play style, but OG's here to draft for the early game, end the game early, and let's see if they can do that against YikeZGG.
They are definitely the big dogs of the league right now. 3-0, undefeated both in series score as well as game score. Not a single team has been able to drop a dub against these guys. These are the top dogs for a reason, and they just might solidify themselves as the kings of our Major West League. But some other matches to look out for. I think Next RÜYA against Virtus.pro, some of our middle-of-the-pack teams who were able to at least get some dubs for themselves yesterday. Not on stream for Next RÜYA, but they were able to walk away, or I might have misspoken here. We had a off-stream match between Next RÜYA and YikeZ Globant. It might have been YikeZ Globant that actually won against Next RÜYA. We'll get confirmation for that. But, you know, even though OG is definitely going to be the favorites to watch for the tournament, I think Twisted Minds is another team that everyone's going to be having their eyes on, as well as YikeZ Globant, because the partner team from Latin America has definitely shown that they are capable of not just going to the standard balanced playstyle as you were talking about, Yumus, where they want to play for scaling. Sick in the jungle, willing to block down some of the assassins. I know one of the off-stream matches, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to see it. It was some of the likes of Prince Landling. But of course, we're going to get the chance to find out more about these teams, starting with OG on the blue side. OG Esports, the partner team from Europe representing Italy. These guys have been on fire and have not dropped a beat this entire tournament run so far. The core of this team was formerly under the banner of Team Vitality, as you might have seen them during the Season 3 Invitational. And even though they were not able to go all the full distance at the Season 3 Invitational, they're definitely making to make a run back all the way to the KWC. And the first step is definitely making sure they can clear all the way through Major West League and qualify.
Their team is called Dream OG, and this is a dream team made up of all-stars. Every game, it feels like there's another MVP, another person that carries the game and shines. And their teamwork together is even crazier. There's stuff going on all throughout the map when you watch these gameplays. It's not just one person. There's so much action, it's actually hard to capture.
Doubt, definitely my favorite player to watch on this team so far. One of the few junglers who has not really gone to a tank jungler, to my knowledge so far in the tournament, has usually gone to the likes of the Pei, has the highest win rate, has not lost a single game on the Pei, with extremely hard hero to the Master and the Pilot. But of course, their opponents on the red side, YikeZ Globant.
Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go! The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
YikeZ Globant, or I like to call it YikeZGG. Very fun name to say here. Led here with Moon on the mid lane, and we have one of the sickest junglers in the league, Sick on jungle, Destru on farm lane, Kappa Bosa on roamer, and Argun1 here on the Flash lane. Almost messed it up for a sec there.
Yeah, this the cool thing about this team, even though I am new to the world of Honor of Kings, I'm just gonna be upfront with all of our lovely audience today. I have actually been spamming the game since January early this year, but I've been trying to do my research and my prep and getting ready for this wonderful world of esports that I'm diving into. I recently hit Master 3, so I'm trying to, you know, do my due diligence to make sure that we are, you know, providing some knowledge on the caster desk tonight. But what I will say, I have previous MOBA experience, and one of the benefits of that is I actually got a chance to cast Capo Seba in a previous MOBA title, and I know how aggressive this guy can be, how creative he can be, looking for roams and map collapses here on Hero Sports tonight. However, you are going up against OG, and OG has been the team to beat so far in the tournament. It's going to have to take not just, you know, stellar play as we normally see from YikeZ Globant. It's going to have to take exceptional beyond what we normally expect. You're going to have to make miracles happen for YikeZ Globant to challenge our undefeated team in OG.
YikeZ Globant, a powerhouse in-game and outside of it, an esports powerhouse. They have a variety of teams in Counter-Strike, Valorant, Sim Racing, R6, all the stuff, and even a different MOBA, as you mentioned, have similar players all around.
Very true. As we get ready for the draft phase here, I want to go over some of the picks that we've been seeing pop up a lot. Obviously, from Season 3 Invitational, there's a lot of heat around Ogren, one of the premier junglers, as you know, a jungler that wants to scale up and be a reliable tank for the team and can sustain through a lot of the initial burst that teams provide. However, our top team in OG has never gone for the Ogren, and in fact are willing to let teams pick the Ogren, and they match it with the pay, they match it with the fade. They're willing to go blow for blow, ban for ban in the early game, and just force you out of the jungle. And the way that OG has been massively taking early T1s and finding exceptional skirmishes in the early game, it just goes to show that they understand how to play against the scaling compositions, and it's all about that pressure.
Yeah, I just think Argon is not really OG style. They want the game to end in that sub 15-minute sweet spot, which they are known for. So Argon doesn't really get online until then. Maybe a little bit of a fraud watch here for Argon as well, too, as it's been picked a lot, but it only has a 30% win rate.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the Ogren fans that are watching, because, as you said, nearly a 95% presence rate in draft so far. 19 picks out of the total 20 games, but only 3 wins and 7 losses so far. But we're into the draft phase, and already with the first 2 bans from OG, it's Guan Yu taken off the table, which I find surprising because Kiki has been a huge fan of playing the Guan Yu in the Clash lane, but I guess they're just respecting the fact that Angra 1 can also play it.
Yeah, Kiki, one of the best Guan Yus here, and he knows what that pick is capable of. And it seems like if he's not going to be prioritizing, he'd rather ban it and play something else. Mai being banned out for YikeZGG, very standard here. Mai is the most banned character so far, and it is probably the most consistent second pick ban we see. As Pei gets locked in, one of the most consistent picks for OG here, as you mentioned, not having a loss on it.
Dude, I'm going to start a thing right now. I'm calling Dao Dao the Tiger of the West. He has not lost a single game on Pei, and the way that he is able to maneuver this hero around the gorge so successfully, so reliably, and create so much pressure. YikeZ Globant already know that the game that they're going to have to play is they're going to have to hunker down, have to play a strong defense, and be able to withstand the early aggression that Pei brings out, or the only other option I can think of for YikeZGG is to play into the same hand of OG and try to match the early aggression with another pick of their own that could be just as aggressive as Pei.
I really like the Byron pickup here on YikeZGG. That's a pick that we've seen Keke dominate on, and it adds that Pei Byron core. 2 of the strongest early game characters, allowing them to almost uncontested beat anyone in a 2v2 skirmish in the top lane. Removing that option away from OG is definitely a smart choice, especially with the Mosey as well being locked in, giving them some nice early game pressure, some range, and Ganemo. That's a good combo too. Ganemo and Motsu having this lockdown with Motsu to set up for the Ganemo blades.
Yeah, the early Well, the ability to set up those long-range stuns on Motsu is a nice way for YikeZGG to look for opportunity picks, and Ganemo has so much damage. It definitely was a favorite of Wen in some of the other OG games, but that being picked away since Wen went for the Princess Frost instead, so a little bit more control. But now we're in the second round off of the back of the Liang secure for OG, more than likely for Mu Chen in the roaming role. I like what OG's doing here, trying to take one of the more reliable tank junglers in the game, the Dune, off the table, whereas YikeZ Globant going for the Mayeen, which would have been a nice answer into the Byron.
Yeah, YikeZ Globant showing a lot of focus on the Clash lane here, removing the Byron, removing the Mayeen away from Keke here, not leaving him with many good, strong early game options, which is what OG is really known for. The Liang pickup is also interesting. One of the few characters that has a very high win rate, maybe because OG played it a lot, but we see they're very aggressive on it, always going for those flash ultimates and guaranteeing kills for their team.
Ooh, and YikeZGG are leaning heavily towards the scaling factor for this long. This is one of the most powerful farm lanes that can scale up and be an absolute menace. The infinite vastness provides so much survivability and escapeness to reposition in the fight. But
Even
OG
here,
answered not only with the Dharma and the Clash lane and the Hou-Yi for the farm lane.
I'm not sure we've seen Hou-Yi yet, but that's an interesting lock in here. A lot of CC on the side of OG, a lot of characters that convert off each other. Princess Frost being able to follow up on the Hou-Yi ult, as well as the Liang ult, and they have an amazing lockdown for Byron, which seems to be their only melee inside YikeZGG.
Yeah, it's a Gudo in the jungle for Sick. I know Blam is a big fan of this little guy just running around on, is it a giant bear? I know that this is a hero that got reworked recently, and I'm not too familiar with what the strengths of this hero does, whether it's more towards early game, towards late game. What I will say is that you can create space and create an additional front line once you pop that ultimate. You send in the bear and make sure that Agudo can still continue kiting in the back. But as you called out, you have pretty much two dedicated frontline members, melees in the Byron, and I guess half of a frontline once Agudo pops the ultimate.
Agudo, a great anchor for their team, which is a little bit more range focused. Agudo herself is ranged, but being able to send out that bear or gummy bear or whatever, it changes depending on the skin. Being able to set out the furry friend there to shore up that front line. Also a little bit of crowd control when it is sent out to maybe disrupt the melees and divers on the side of OG. This is very much a melee versus range composition.
So then the idea from YikeZ Globant is to try and keep OG at a distance, at a comfortability range where they can try and poke them out and look to kite backwards. But OG, if anything that we have come to learn about them throughout this tournament so far in their 3 series wins, are that OG are not afraid to get down and dirty. They're not afraid to get up close and just, you know, try and finger check you. Just try to go mechanics checks and see if they can just outplay you in every twist and turn. But here we are, Yumus. First game of the day, first match of the day on day 3, Kings Major West League. Let's go, baby.
Very excited here. We see Dao Dao in his signature pay as he goes straight into the enemy jungle. No, Seth tries to stop by ambush here in the bush. YikeZGG is aware of the aggressive playstyle of OG.
Seeing action. Just want to remind everyone, this thrilling season of the Major West Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Also, our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demand. Ready to level up, get yours now, and feel the difference.
And already we're feeling the difference in this first game, Yumus. A lot of early aggression from both teams, as we saw not only Dao Dao getting some information on that bottom side of the map and checking into where Stick was starting. And they got information that Stick was starting on the top side. And you saw Kiki, alongside, I believe it was Wen, rotating that top side, taking one of the early camps away. This is how you want to play against a scaling jungler that, Angry One might have been a little too far forward, and Dao Dao's going to make him pay for it. First blood going over to OG.
There's Dao on his signature pay here. He always seems to find a kill within about a minute of the game. I also want to mention Gan and Mo and Pei, both characters that like stealing from the enemy jungle. So maybe ends up balancing out and both sides get equal resources.
Yeah, you can see that YikeZGG are trying to at least answer a lot of the counter jungling that is occurring from OG side, and what's been so signature for them is an early rotation from Gan and Moon. 3v1 against Muchen in the bottom side of the map, and Muchen's got no more room to go. The infinite vastness to help the Stru reposition and get out alive.
Liang was bobbing and weaving, but there's only so many abilities you can dodge when you're 3v1 under tower. He was just left out to dry a little bit too long there. I'm not sure who picked up the kill, maybe Moon, but Moon should be scaling up. Ganemo, one of those picks that as the game goes on, they get stronger and stronger. And that matchup in particular, Ganemo versus Liang, is actually very favorable for Ganemo. When Liang ultimates someone, he's forced to stand still. And there's nothing more Ganemo players like than people standing still in the enemy team.
Yep, so much easier to land all that burst and skill shots from a distance away. Muchen was forced to burn the flash in that tower dive from the members of YikeZGG. Kaposeba recently burned the flash. I'm not sure if he was getting collapsed upon by the rest of the members of OG. But we're heading into the objective map play in the next minute, where both Tyrant and Overlord will spawn. First items should be coming online in the next couple minutes as well. So this is where OG really want to make the most out of these spikes and make the most out of these heroes that they've got. They have a little bit of late game insurance with the Hou Yi. You know, I wasn't expecting to see this hero come out. I think there was like one other time this tournament so far, if I'm going through my stats, there was a pick and there's a ban for Hou Yi, but definitely not a hero we don't see in pro play that often.
Hou Yi being able to impact the map even from the bot lane here with that ultimate across the map definitely plays to OG's style. If he can land an arrow across the map while Pei's invading, does not seem to be able to land it there though. He can impact the map and help out in these invades and shore up that early game versus Byron.
When with the ultimate sounds sick, but they're not able to push off. Stick is able to get out alive. Got a clutch shield just at the end there on the escape route, but at least it opens up OG to be able to take a majority of the camps on the top side. Meanwhile, YikeZGG successfully got the dive on. He knew that he was dead to rights, does not bother bringing the flash. And I like that Moon is being super proactive with the roams this game. He is making sure that just because they have a lot of scaling factors on their side, they're not just letting OG roll over them.
That was a really early bot tower being taken out as the teams go ahead and fight for this Tyrant here. And Tyrant goes to the way of Agudo with the smite. Wow.
Really clutch. That was so clutch. Dao was in the pit, had finished off the Stru, but Sick able to secure the smite for themselves, at least maintaining objective control for the Argentinian squad. We're 2-2. We're pretty darn even, and I have to say, Moose, I might have to go back through the games and make sure I'm not, you know, being a revisionist here, but this seems like the most competitive we have seen someone play against OG so far in the tournament.
For sure, we're used to seeing OG get thousands of gold lead per minute, but this is a pretty close game. They are kind of walking away now as they build up about 1,000 gold lead for themselves, but YikeZGG's been doing a great job of trading. While they were trying to make plays top on OG's side, they went ahead and secured that tower bottom. So they're trying to be where they're not and try to scale up that way instead of actually brute force and fighting.
Already Kiki forcing some aggression onto YikeZGG. Multiple ultimates popped here. Flash extended by Moon. He's gonna have to keep his distance now. Dao now arriving, trying to help control the choke point on this river entrance. They were feinting for an Overlord take, but just using the pressure a bit to bait YikeZGG in. And for that, they get a lot of resources burned there.
I cannot believe Sick actually survived that. He was hit by a across the map full yield into a Princess Frost combo, and he was stunned for a total of like 5 seconds. He actually survived all of it.
Has destroyed a tower. Blue team has
Meanwhile, the pressure does not stop. They used the forcing of YikeZGG out of the jungle to easily collapse to that tier 1 on the top side. Another Hou Yi arrow goes by the wayside. It's a field goal, but it's okay. They get vision, and at least you're always fishing for plays for the side of OG. Still not comfortable enough to look for the Overlord. Oh, maybe a pick here, but the suppression from Muchen on the Leon blasts away just in time, and On finishes off the Agudo.
Byron better get used to that as the only melee on the side of YikeZGG. He's going to be catching a majority of the Lang ultimates here. OG seems to be hitting their stride now as they're building up that gold advantage that we are so used to seeing them have.
I misspoke. It was the Byron that fell, not the Agudo, my bad. But you know what? The OG getting the kill, all the same in terms of being able to leverage that pressure right now. As you see, OG, even though that 9ZG are being fairly competitive with them, trying to match a lot of the pressure and look for picks and collapses of their own, they're still starting to falter on these side lanes where Tier 1 at least have been exposed on both top side and the bottom side of the map. And when you start losing these early Tier 1s, Yumus, that's when a team really is challenged to see how safely they can rotate as a team and not get caught out by the enemy.
Yeah, I also think it's important to note here, OG is probably at their peak power in their jungler here. Dao really spikes at 1 to 2 items, so this is the strongest he's probably going to be. We're going to have to see how 9ZG can go ahead and survive this onslaught, and if they could, they should outscale the Peg.
Moon was picked off there. Looked like On had fished for it. A Blazing Sun arrow found him, forced to flash away just in time to save his life. Meanwhile, Dao, he sees all of the members grouped up in the mid lane, says, all right, I'm just going to take a Tier 2 for free. As Kiki now finding this Drew on the bottom side, not going to be comfortable enough to go for the all-in. Now Dao, you're mobile on this Tiger, but how mobile are you? And a collapse from 4 members from the side of 9ZG. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? He is so slippery on this Tiger.
Just mobile enough as he gets out there.
That's super crazy. That is the power of pay. You can, even if you're not able to get that much done in the early stages of the game, you kind of just rely as a split pusher. As another collapse in the bottom jungle, Capostava tries to flash away but still gets caught out. The Blazing Sun arrow falling up on all the CC from Wen's Princess Frost. It's 2 kills more for the side of OG. Muchen picking up the double.
Yeah, OG seems to have warmed up now. This is what we're more used to seeing from OG. They go in your jungle, they go ahead and control it, and when you come and try to claim your stuff back, they take you out.
Yeah, it just goes to show that when 9ZG collapsed for that 4 multi-man on the top side, it gave OG so much space to occupy, and this is the pressure just doesn't stop! Destru falls immediately in the blink of an eye, and OG, we thought that 9ZG were going to be able to be competitive with these guys the way the early game was rolling out, but somehow, some way, the partner team of Europe, the representatives of Italy, still find a way to make 9ZG bow to their will.
Every game we watch from OG feels like, are they going to do another record now here? This game is closing, it's looking at 9 minutes, but it feels like it's a 15-minute game already as they're closing on the high ground towers of 9ZG. They need to somehow survive this and not lose any of those high ground towers. We've seen from yesterday the importance of keeping those alive. Once those are down, even if you win the fights and outscale the enemies, you're not allowed to leave your base.
It just feels like it's almost the inevitable here, you lose. Somehow, some way, OG always finds a way to get that grasp on you and strangle you out of the game, bleeding you resources, bleeding you safe space to take up. Just suddenly in the past 2 minutes, we went from having Tier 1s and Tier 2s in the mid lane, in the top side, and now they're all gone.
And you go ahead and look at the gold numbers there. All that gold is on Dao and Keke here, as they are both up an impressive amount on their laners here. Keke up 2,000, Dao up almost 4,000 or 5,000 now.
Now making a siege play on the bot side, and Moon just steps too far forward, getting clipped by the Burning Sun arrow once again. On has just been crucial and precise with these arrows. And just like that, it bleeds into a Tier 2 in the bot side. High ground turn in the mid lane, and our OG just gonna finish the game here at 10 minutes. They're gonna try for it. They're forcing 9ZG to step up, but OG are looking to be the Kings of the Major West League for a reason. 9ZG tried their best, and it just wasn't enough. Game 1 goes to OG.
OG in the early game seems like 9ZG was actually matching them really well, but once they turned on once they flipped the switch and turned on, they started taking the lead and they never gave it back. Byron there at the end using his final breath to take out those minions, but there was one more cannon that he could not get to, and OG goes ahead and uses that one to kill the crystal.
It's just wild. I mean, just watching the past 2 days of this tournament, I understood that OG, you know, were going to always be, you know, a major threat for the rest of the teams, and they were going to be the teams to beat. But just watching it live just reinforces that amount of power that they have as a composition. I mean, this is the core of the former Team Vitality that went top 3, top 4 at the Season 3 Invitational. We knew that they were going to be favorites in the tournament, but, you know, the way that they are still yet to drop a game, yet to really show signs of weakness, you know, like you said, a little bit in the couple 2-3 minutes of the game, YikeZGG made some pretty darn good plays, mostly focused on the bottom side of the map. But then that opens up pressure to be susceptible on the top side, where that's where Dowdow was focusing a lot of his efforts, you know, trying to continuously put Sick behind on the Agudo and look for quick plays. And even when, you know, something like Hoyi is put behind, you still have CC to be able to contribute for the rest of your team. Because if you're behind on gold, it's like, that's cool. I'm going to send an arrow. If it lands and you guys are in range, you guys have the gold, you finish the gold.
Hoyi, one of the most resilient picks. I'm surprised we don't see it a bit more. That ultimate is just so game changer. Whether you're ahead or behind, if you're ahead, you can walk up and not have to worry about getting taken out, having a stun on tap. If you're behind, like you mentioned, just send arrows across the map and help out your team, right? It can kind of work as kind of a support as well, too.
Yeah. So now, as we get ready for Game 2 and thinking about how YikeZGG might want to change up the strategy, they had, you know, some early answers, but they still wanted to go down the scaling route. They wanted to be able to stall this game long enough so that Long was able to come online, and unfortunately it just seemed like it wasn't enough. So I'm now curious, do YikeZGG just say, we have to all in on the early game, we need to make sure that OG still don't roll us by the time they get to the first fight, or is there a different thing in the cards for YikeZGG here?
On top of OG traditionally drafting these strong early game compositions, their playstyle is so overwhelming. If you're not used to it, you're used to playing more traditional slow games, OG can just get carried away here. YikeZGG tried to play a little bit more of a traditional lineup. They were holding for the first 1 to 2 minutes, which is honestly a record versus OG. It's a crazy concept to say that, like, you know, holding 2 minutes of a gold evenness against OG is a record, but it is definitely a record. They do expend the Byron pick, which is one of the strongest early game picks here to try and deal with OG, and now it's likely gonna have to be banned away.
Yeah, thanks to the global ban system, they're not gonna have a chance to pick it for themselves again. They're gonna have to rely on something else in their back pockets here. I'm so curious about what YikeZGG could do, but also on the flip side for OG, I mean, it just continues to rack up the amount of respect and the amount of awe that I have for this squad. And, you know, we'll see if I do have something, some info from one of our casters, Blam. Apparently he was checking out the Kings Major East League, and one of the casters, Holler, he was talking some smack. He was talking smack about our league. Well, you know what? We'll see what happens if we send OG against the East League and see what he has to say. But I'm actually surprised here. I thought the MVP was going to go to Dowdow once again on the pay, but it's actually going to Kiki on the Dharma this time.
There's just so much happening in the game. We probably didn't even notice half the times, but KK did some amazing truth matches to set up the team here. 2-0-6 KDA. Does not look the best, but it's because the game ended in like under 10 minutes. There's no time for kills.
I wonder if it all came down to that first pick on the top side where we saw Angry One just seemingly a little bit overextended here. Here we go. This is the first setup. Kiki just able to position nicely so that Dowdow comes in and finishes off Angry One. Puts a stop to a lot of that early power that you were talking about with Byron. As we roll through the highlights, there's just so many crucial moments where YikeZGG still looked like they were in it, but eventually OG were able to wrestle control away from the Argentinian squad.
Yeah, Sick did a great job going ahead and stealing that Tyrant there, but they never really got an opportunity to do much after that. Every time they were in a fight, they got either suppressed by the Lang ult or zoned out by the Princess Frost and burning arrows. It felt like they couldn't really do much in that game outside of that one play.
All right, YikeZGG. First game, time to shake it off, you know? OG, they are the top dogs for a reason, but, you know, if you can go back to the drawing board and find a way to kind of lock in that composure and see if there's another strategy in the works, you know, maybe there's a chance. Whereas for OG, looks like they're going to continue, you know, the story as usual, dominating every team that they face. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 between OG and YikeZGG.
what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything lost to hold you. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game numero dos between OG and 9Z Globant. Now, if you missed out on the first game, well, I'll tell you. 9Z Globant, for the first 2 minutes, we're actually looking pretty darn good against OG. Able to find some decent plays and setups on the tower dives on the bottom side of the map. Able to pick off the Liang and the Ho Yi, once or twice. And then suddenly, suddenly it all just went to OG's favor. It's like just every single game the same way. They find a way to get that window and just tear the enemy team apart. And they close it out in 10 minutes.
OG, one of those teams that you cannot give an inch to, because they'll take a mile, they'll take 10 miles off you and end the game immediately there. I would like to see what 9ZG can go ahead and switch up with their play. I enjoyed their first draft, actually taking away some of these early power picks that OG is known for. Unfortunately, losing and expending those is going to be very detrimental to their draft. Maybe they build a composition focused on stalling out the game, because we've never seen any team take OG the distance, and that might be where their weaknesses lie.
Is that possible, against the likes of OG? Because it seems like every time I've seen a scaling composition drafted by an enemy team that OG has faced in the series, OG still finds a way to pry that window open and deny them the ability to scale and get those resources. They start with the high, the early tier ones. They counter jungle. They find a pick onto a member who makes a rotation that is punishable, and then OG just break your legs and they just take you apart limb by limb afterwards. But you might have more knowledge than me on terms of the hero pool, because for those that are just joining, I am relatively new to the world of Honor of Kings, but I'm just bringing in my previous Nova experience to the forefray here. Are there any heroes that just have massive amounts of wave clear? Because that to me seems like the safest way to stall out a game like that.
I think Moon on the Ganon mode there is a pretty strong wave clearing character. Not the safest, but usually you want to look at these mid lane mages. The Lady Jen, the Princess Frost has impressive amounts of wave clear. Sometimes wave clear is not enough though in just the mid. Most mid laners come with wave clear. You might have to get some in the farm lane as well. Marco Polo usually clears waves at a pretty safe distance as well. But the thing about OG's draft is they pick all these characters that it feels like only they can play. So it does not hamper their draft to go ahead and lock in the Faye, you know, lock in the Byron, the Liang. These are not really priority picks, and they always can, at a moment's notice, go ahead and go back to those tier 0 picks that these teams prioritize so much.
Yeah, I mean, Kiki was one of the only Clash laner that brings out the Guan Yu, something that we weren't really expecting this tournament after what we saw from the Season 3 Invitational, but it is a Kiki special, and, you know, just going through, you know, what we've been given a little dossier on both of the teams here. 2 other heroes that he has not shown, the Mulan. I don't know if it would be, you know, good in this situation, but it just goes to show that the depth for, in terms of hero pool for the side of OG, is seemingly so different than what everyone else is playing.
Yeah, the power of the OG composition being able to churn these, I don't want to say that they are not strong characters, but these middling characters into S-tier threats, and knowing the opponent cannot waste a ban on them, they cannot go ahead and take it away from them, gives them a lot of freedom in draft.
Ooh, I like this. OG having some respect on Sick for banning the pay away from him. I think they are very cognizant of the fact that Sick is willing to play some assassin junglers. One of the off-stream games was him piloting that Prince of Landling to great success, whereas 9ZG answer with some typical bans that we have seen. My Shiranui, probably one of the most banned heroes in the game so far, as well as the Arlie.
Guan Yu being picked up by OG, as you mentioned earlier, one of Keke's favorites here, and not many teams can go ahead and play it, as we see 9ZG hovering the Zhongfei. I would like to see a early, oh, there you go, YikeZGG or Lady Jen pickup would be great, given that wave that you mentioned prior, and maybe be able to stall out the game.
World is my board. That's all I see whenever I see a Yixing locked in. So much great crowd control setup, and do my eyes deceive me? Is Down Out going for the Ogren? I guess they are starting to say, you know what, we're not going to take a chance with the, you know, early game assassin picks or the fighter picks that want to, you know, steamroll the game. We're going to go for the scaling factor in this Ogren. This might be the first time that we're seeing Dowdell lock it in this tournament.
I'm pretty sure it is the first time. As you mentioned prior, Dowdell is known for these assassin-style early game junglers, and Ogren does not fit that niche, but that is one of the strongest two-piece lock-ins I've ever seen. The Diadea and Ogren, that has to be super scary for the side of 9ZG.
Yeah. For what it's worth, it does seem like that this is one of Dowdell's best picks from prior tournaments and prior games, but because he's been dominating on pay and fades so far in the tournament, I almost forgot that this was in his wheelhouse. But, you know, OG gonna go back to a classic for their jungle here, the Diadea, as you already mentioned, locked in for Muchen. Some great utility there. Now into the second round of bans. Long being banned away from OG. 9ZG being very cognizant that so far the scaling power on the side of OG is starting to come a little more prevalent than in terms of early power than they had in the first game.
9ZG also went ahead and picked the Long, so they know they cannot have it anymore. They don't want OG to have it. They ban out Lady Jen, and they know Princess Frost is right off the table for OG, so really targeting the mid lane on the side of OG, not giving them much options left. The YikeZGG is picked, the Princess Frost is picked already, and now the Lady Jen is banned.
What are options left here for when in the mid lane? Could he go for the Gon and Mo this time around? 9ZG picking up their farm laner of choice with the Lady Sun. Mayin was also already locked in for Angry One in the Clash lane, so now it's OG's choice. Unless 9ZG, I guess they technically haven't locked in Lady Sun yet, still have a chance to think about it and ponder about how they want to round out this composition.
One of the most kind of known or talked about counters to the Agron is actually Masashi. So we see OG go ahead and ban that away in their second phase. We don't see people take it too often. It is like a on-paper counter, but against Dowda, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, so this is a hero that's been popping up every now and then. Not not too often, but it is the sh has been picked 4 times so far this tournament.
In the name of the law,
Actually,
I will
say, is this a 75% win rate so far? It's a small sample size, but the teams that are locking in definitely know what they're doing for the most part, and the D-Renja locked in for On. A little bit of extra early power and some at least CC with that battle command.
Not really your first choice when it comes to mid laners, but when you have all your options taken away from you, it's a solid choice. I think it's just as good as the Lady Jen and Princess Frost. It applies its pressure a little bit differently. Most people are not too used to it, but if all those other options are removed, Shaw can definitely help out there. The D-Renji being locked in as well too is great, given some nice armor penetration on the side of OG to help soften up these tanks on the side of 9ZG.
Yeah. OG, the composition locked in, and oh boy, Sick is throwing down the gauntlet, Yumus. He says, you know what? It's time for me to get down to dirty. I'm going in with Lamb, such a powerful assassin hero that we do not see that often in pro play since it is high risk, high reward, but does pack a lot of burst damage, has a little bit of crowd control with the engage off of its ultimate. But I'm very curious how 9ZG are going to play this map state early on, because OG definitely more on the side on the scaling factor and wanting to just preserve as many resources as possible for the first couple of minutes.
Lamb, historically a character that's pretty hard to get going. It's interesting to note that 9ZG just completely switched up their style. OG now has the scaling jungler and they have the assassin. Maybe this shakeup is what they need to throw OG off.
We did ask for a little bit of shakeup in the strategy, and this could be the, the wild card, the pocket pick for Sick that really helps elevate 9ZG to challenge OG just that much more. They're a lot more favored in being able to find some of those early picks early on, but it all comes down to execution at the end of the day, Yumus. Just because you have an early game assassin champion that can snowball does not mean you just outright win the game. You're going to have to coordinate with the team. You're going to have to find those windows and not be hesitant. You have to be precise, and you have to just spring on the moment when it presents itself to you. But once again, we are on the Hero's Gorge for Game 2 between OG and 9ZG.
Something interesting to note here is the Zhongfei, sometimes it goes heal, sometimes it goes smite. In this matchup here, we see smite being taken out, so 2 smites on side of 9ZG. Maybe that's a good way for them to go ahead and steal away some of the jungle from Dao Dao and get him delayed and not let that Ogren get online.
Oh, true. I like that angle. Already Dao Dao, though, getting aggressive in that topside jungle, being able to easily go in thanks to the power of that first skill on the Ogren. Not gonna hit level 2 quite yet though, but just being able to deny resources away from Stick while he's clearing out the bot side jungle. We saw some 2v2 action in the mid lane, just trying to fight for priority so they can at least help both of their junglers get those resources.
That's a pretty common invade you see from Ogrens here, usually starting to enemy boars. And if you're not ready to respond like 9ZG there, it goes ahead and goes back over and there's not much you can do about it. I would like to see a little bit more vision being taken by the support on the side of 9ZG. They do have the smite, so if there was someone that can contest for that first camp, it would be the Zhongfei.
Looked like 9ZG were not able to make that happen here. Moon and Ingrid getting a shove in on the top side. We're gonna now try to poach one of these camps away, deny more resources from Dao Dao's Ogren. Lamb finishing up a full clear on the top side. Has a chance to try and look for an opportunity to set up a pick here. Camps are going to be respawning again on the box side for Lamb in just 30 seconds time. Some early trading here between both of the farm lane duos on the bot side. Maybe a collapse here. You can see Ogren and Gwen just kind of fishing for a pick here in the mid-river.
Guan Yu, one of the weaker clash laners here, so and then a fight breaks out immediately. Okay, while I'm still talking, Mei goes in.
Looks like there was a 2v2 on the bottom side, a flash expended by On. I imagine the Imperial command was used to stun up. I imagine it was Destru that went down in that farm lane duo, and OG finding themselves a little bit of an early window. Not game over yet for 9ZG. Still, the rest of the map has not gotten a chance to play and flex their muscles a bit, and they're doing the best they can right now.
A lot of teams against OG try to go ahead and target down the weakness that is the Guan Yu early game, but KK is ready for that. He's ready to play safe and not try to get taken out, and it seems like that's what 9ZG is trying to do.
Yeah, saw in that replay exactly how we predicted it. Flash is expended by both the farm laner and support. Meanwhile, World is my board from Moon will keep OG's duo locked in place and not able to extend the dive. Preserve 9ZG's lives for now.
While all this is going on, once again, we got to look at the economy of both teams here. OG is up about 1,000 gold already. Once again, this is in classic OG fashion. It seems like 9ZG is giving them that inch I mentioned, and let's see if they give him the mile.
We have not gotten a chance to see Stick make a strong move on the map yet. Maybe looking towards Icky's Guan Yu. But is just going to shove out the wave, help Angry One get some priority back. Maybe they can use the Sprite teleport, but you already see Wen lurking around on the top side, fishing for a pick. I think Angry One spots it out, though.
Yeah, OG knows they want to target down that Guan Yu, so they're setting up the Shay here. So try and make a play here while they do it and try to counter-engage as we see a fight about to break out now.
Fighting over the Sprite, Wen waits for to show himself, and even though Lamb packs a lot of damage, it is susceptible to CC and lockdown, and that's exactly the game plan from OG as they take out the jungler of 9ZG.
Amazing counter gank there from Wen, and amazing insight to know that the enemy team is going to target down Keke to be in the bush waiting for them to engage and to catch them out and catch them off guard as well.
OG getting a chance to bully 9ZG out of that bot side jungle, giving them full control of the first Tyrant of the game. A little bit extra gold, a little bit extra stats for them as well. And OG, we already talked about 9ZG are a little more pressed to make some early action, to make some early pressure happen. But right now, all the early pressure is going the wayside of OG. They're the ones dominating the map.
Shaz doing a great job moving around the map, helping out all the lanes, not just her own. Went ahead and went top here with a nice counter gank, and just as we've seen on the map here, Wen goes bottom there and gets a kill onto Moon. Really maneuvering around the map and playing the Shi as a more utility style mid laner, kind of like the Princess Frost, but they can't play that one anymore.
Yeah. Super tough. Now OG finding themselves 3,000 gold ahead of 9ZG, and the pressure from Dao on the Ogren still not fully scaled up and online. However, 9ZG didn't find a chance to put Dao behind. He was the one successfully getting a lot of jungling done. He was able to deny resources away, and with the world as my board split up by 9ZG, they're just trying to stop OG from completely rolling them over, but Kiki on the Guan Yu just rolls right in with the cavalry, takes out Moon, and just walks back into the river for free.
While everyone's focused on Dao there in the front line, no one looked at Keki on the side, jumps in and assassinates Moon and gets out.
Wu Chen stunning up the members of 9ZG under the tower. Tier 1 eventually falls, and look at that, OG just understanding their limits. Not fully committing to the dive, just trying to force 9ZG away so that they can start eliminating more turrets off the map.
The scary thing for 9ZG is I think the time where they are stronger than Argren has elapsed, and now with a 3 to almost 4,000 gold lead, OG actually has the side of scaling on their side too.
Yeah, because then when Ogren has the gold lead, he's too tanky. You don't have enough damage or burst to be able to completely blink him out before he gets a chance to pop Conductor, ultimate ability. He gets so much more health, and then once he's in that first state, these enemies get super low off the burst from the rest of OG, and he just executes them. Oh, maybe Muchen just went a little too far. Trying to flex, gets punished by 9ZG, and it's the second kill of the game for the Argentinian squad.
9ZG invested a lot on that, and while it was a nice kill on the support, they're not going to be able to get much more after that, as OG still has complete control of the map here. Keke just tending to minions in his lane, farming up. Keke 2-0 at the moment, actually very strong. Once he gets in a fight, the enemy team will feel it.
Yeah. One interesting thing that's that OG have done both games, they don't put a lot of priority into starting up the Overlord. They'll obviously go for Tyrants, as Tiki might be in trouble here. Sick just trying to space glide on this guy at the moment, but doesn't find enough damage to take out the Guan Yu. Overlord not getting priority. It's all about OG trying to dominate the rest of the jungle, continue denying resources, and make this gold lead even further and further apart.
Red team has
crazy fights happening in the jungle side of 9ZG, and amidst all this action, X-Seeds are going down. Dao is officially online. He should be he should be 2 or 3 items now, and it's only gonna get worse here for 9ZG.
Yeah, it was a good idea from Capo Stable to use the Unbridled Assault from the brush. He had snuck in there for a trap. Unfortunately for them, yeah, they get a kill off the back of it, but OG's still being able to equalize. It was a shutdown on a Wen. Meanwhile, Kiki might be in trouble. He's got Dao in his back pocket, but he's got to run away because Lamb really pumping the damage thanks to Sick on this hero. Meanwhile, Distru trying to hold him down. Oh my goodness, Dao just does not seem to die. Inside the world is my board, but now getting the help of the shielding thanks to Muchen. And here comes on the D-Renja, being able to finish off Angry One on the retreat.
That was a 1v3, but with how confident Dao is, you would think he was the 3 as he goes in for a 1v3 and gets out alive.
Has destroyed a tower.
Being able to take up 57% of the damage from 9ZG's squad. I mean, this is just Ogren at its peak. It just feels like, as you called out, the window has elapsed to try and shut down this Ogren. Now he's got, I forget the name of this equipment. It's the Gauntlet. Blood Rage? Damn, that's such a cool name. Meanwhile, Sick, he can't even step up to the wall. He's the same level, but Kiki's just got more base stats and he's way too tanky now. If he brings a couple of friends along for the ride, maybe Kiki can be done with. Oh my goodness! Turn off the camera, turn off the stream. That was brutal.
Kiki going full tank on one. You can't take him out, but because of his impressive level advantage, at least he still does amazing damage.
Nice pick from 9ZG, picking off Wen once again on the ship, but here comes Dao pushing back the Argentinian squad and being able to create space for the rest of his team. OG still making the pressure happen. Now with the Overlord Vanguards marching in on all 3 lanes. This is where things are going to get very dire for 9ZG. As Kiki leads the charge once again, getting stunned up, but still super tanky, survives it all. World is my board, already expended by Moon, but not enough to keep OG locked down for any potential kills. It's all just to stay alive.
Kiki somehow always finds himself in this situation where it's 1v2, 1v3, and he gets dropped to 1 HP, but they can't quite finish him off. That has to be extremely frustrating for the side of 9ZG, letting him leave all these times on 1 HP. As we see a fight break out here over the Enhanced Tyrant.
Board is popped, but Dao doesn't care. He can just pop the first skill and just glide on over to the jungle, finding Moon in the back half of the fight. OG start up the Shadow Tyrant, able to finish it off. 9ZG at least tried to contest, but at this point, 7,000 gold behind. It just feels damn near impossible.
While 9ZG is doing better than Game 1, the game is longer than Game 1 already. It seems like the bleeding is not stopping as they're down 7,000 gold, and they should get outscaled here. Maybe if they hold the game long enough, they can go ahead and get some sort of pick action going on. They are staying alive here with the wave clear.
They're doing what they can to hold on and stall to this game. And I like how you mentioned 9ZG at least have lasted longer in Game 2 than Game 1, you know? Different compositions, but you know what? 9ZG will take the dubs where they can get them, as Kappa say, but once again, lying in wait, looking for a creative flank. Known for this in previous games before, but unfortunately, the Unbridled Assault is just completely sidestepped, and he's forced to get the hell out of there. Muchen almost brought to lethal, but not enough damage from the remaining members of 9ZG to finish off the support here. OG still maintaining the pressure. All the high ground turrets are still up for 9ZG, so they have that to be at least grateful for. Still a tier 2 on the top side. I take that back. That's not a tier 2. That's a different icon. My bad. Steer State Pop as Dao once again does Ogren things as he occupies all the attention. Meanwhile, Kiki just flies on in, popping the flash and just completely ruining 9ZG's day.
Kiki just completely dominates the enemy backline solo. He didn't get any help. He was able to take out Moon and push Destro all the way back to base, in which he killed him inside of his base.
Lamb's gonna try one last time to save 9ZG from the inevitable, but OG are dominant for a reason. They are the team to beat for a reason, and that reason is they are the best. OG will take the series against 9ZG.
Very impressive game by OG. We always mention they play a strong early game, but Dao showing with the aggro pick, he can play some of these more meta scaling heroes as well. He's not just a pay one trick.
All see some flexibility in this jungler's hero pool. We saw a lot of flashy, aggressive assassin play in the first couple of days, able to dominate and do very similar things on the Ogren, you know, something, a hero that we have seen obviously have a lot of draft presence so far in the tournament, being a strong character in his own right, but not actually a lot of successful games across many teams since, you know, one of the things we talked about at the beginning of the day, Yumus, is that a lot of teams have kind of figured out if you're going to lock in Ogren or you're going to let the Ogren go, then you got to have a game plan to shut it down. And most of the time, teams have been successful in shutting down the Ogren when we have seen it arrive on the Gorge. Not going to be the case here for YikeZGG. OG just being able to completely control the early game once again.
I cannot imagine YikeZGG was ready for it. Any team, you would probably be prepared for an Ogren outside of OG because they have not played it yet. So just like you mentioned here, usually when the Ogren gets let go, they have a plan drafted around controlling it. But there's a good chance YikeZGG didn't even think DAO would pick the Ogren here.
I mean, we didn't either. We were expecting this guy to go pay and then fade and then call it a day, you know, just to run back the two assassins that he and the two aggressive junglers that he has been running the entire tournament so far. But now this just adds another layer of depth to the team and another layer of WTF, what are we supposed to do against this guy, against this team? You know, if they can play multiple styles, you know, is there really any style that we can best them in? And I think that just comes down to, you know, some serious conversations with, you know, the teams that have to go up against them and really have to rely on some of their strengths. And if that's not enough, then I think the only team left that might have a chance, if we look at our schedule, Yumus, is probably Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds is an extremely strong team, probably the team that will put the most competition for OG. I still do think OG is favored, but those are looking like the best teams on the West here for sure.
Yeah, two teams represent Europe. I mean, these guys have been absolutely dominant in the Major West League so far. We take a look at post-game graph stats right now. I'm always surprised when something like an Ogren who is building full tank is still able to pump out so much damage and also absorb the most damage in the game as well. It really solidifies why so many teams have such high priority on banning this hero away and why it is seen so much in a lot of the drafts that we're seeing. Sometimes when we see, you know, Ogren lose, we had a conversation before, we're like, is this hero fake? You know, is it overrated? But then, you know, in the hands of someone like DAO, we realize and we all remember, yeah, this hero's pretty busted, you know?
Ogren, while most people can see it's a very strong pick, it's not a hero you can just pick willy-nilly. You kind of have to build around it here. And I love how OG build around it with the Shi here, giving a lot of the farm and a lot of the waves to Ogren, propelling it in the early game. DAO himself also getting himself some invades off early, which helps him kind of skip that early game shenanigans that could happen and go down to put him behind, allowed him to really be in a good spot. As I mentioned, about 6-7 minutes in the game, that is when DAO went ahead and probably outscaled the Lamb. The Lamb couldn't make enough stuff happen, and then that was all she wrote from there.
Yeah, and the MVP, another MVP to Kiki, this time on the Guan Yu. And you know what? I can definitely see this one a lot more as well compared to the first game. There was just so many impressive flanks that Kiki was able to find on the Guan Yu, and of course, being able to chase down a Lamb on the bottom side by himself was one of the funniest things I've seen this tournament so far, but also nonetheless impressive. And it just goes to show that OG, it's not just about DAO, it's not just about Wen, you know, every member on this team is incredibly impressive in their role to their own right, and Kiki really getting a chance to show his stuff today.
First blood.
Yeah, Kiki, one of the more self-sufficient games. It was stuck in Clash Lane alone a lot. The enemy team spent a lot of resources trying to put him behind. He never ended up getting behind there. And then late game in these fights, solo diving, taking out 1 to 2 members of the side of YikeZGG. Very impressive player overall.
Just look at this. The entire team of YikeZGG occupied with the mid lane skirmish, and then Kiki's like, I see Moon's low. Gets over the wall, glides on in, glides on out.
Kiki, one of the Guan Yu players that just sees all the perfect angles. Usually with Guan Yu, they either go in too little or too much, but Kiki seems to go in just the right moment, and every time he goes in, he confirms these kills here, even going ahead and taking out Lady Sun in her base there.
That inspired me to play some Guan Yu, bro. Like, I'm not a Clash laner, but I might just do it just because, you know, Kiki made it look so fun. But we have definitely more things to look forward to for the rest of the day, as this concludes our first series of day 3. We still have 3 more series on stream coming up right now, I believe. We have Twisted Minds taking on Movistar Koi. This one is going to be super important for Movistar Koi to be able to show some resilience, but more than likely, Twisted Minds, the definitely favored one. We'll see how it all unfolds when we come back after this break.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our second series of the day between Movistar Koi and Twisted Minds. Now, as the casters, Blam and Yumu's, kind of lamented on yesterday for Movistar Koi, their most winnable series was yesterday, taking on the likes of Virtus.pro and Alo Gaming. And unfortunately for Movistar Koi, they dropped both of those series. So now they are fighting for their lives over these next 2 days, Yumus. They have to go up against some of the best teams remaining in the tournament between Twisted Minds right now and then later today against OG.
Movistar Koi, while they have not put a win on the board yet, I do have to give them props. All their losses were really close, and it could honestly have went either way. It feels kind of bad, honestly, to have these really hard-fought games, and all their games are pretty hard-fought, and they unfortunately could not snag a win on any of them, but maybe that changes today.
Yeah, well, it's time to meet the teams. The first one on the blue side is Twisted Minds.
See the fire in your eyes, gotta fight for it all. Let's go, the battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it, the time is right for you to raise a bar, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Let's go, the battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
On your screen is our blue side team for this series, Twisted Minds. And big note, for those that are not familiar with the core of this team, Nighty, Shanks, and Catboy, they were originally part of Team Vitality back in 2024, last year during the mid-season invitational, as well as the championship that occurred towards the end of October, I want to say, before the Team Vitality roster eventually swapped to what is now the OG.
Thailand here, one of the most impressive mids here at controlling the game. We saw very impressive play from them yesterday. Italy has some very strong teams, OG and Twisted Minds here. They're unfortunately not clashing heads today, but I think tomorrow they should be butting heads and it's going to be a battle of the Italys.
Yeah, that is our series of the week, I have to imagine. Our favored top two teams, just from the way that the games are shaking out so far. Definitely going to be super exciting to watch. But of course, we gotta get through their red opponent first. It is Movistar Koi. Check them out.
See the fire in your eyes, gotta fight for it all. Let's go, the battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it, the time is right for you to raise a bar, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Let's go, the battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Movistar Koi here, our Canadian representatives, the Rising Phoenix. A bunch of new bloods on this team here. Pretty new to the game, but they're strong players as they have climbed to very high ranks in the ladder. That prior graphic was actually, I don't want to say incorrect, but a little bit dated, as we see Moji here in the clash lane. Ever since the second day, he has swapped over, and we have a new mid laner here, Kenta.
Yeah, there's sub Kentao coming into the mid lane, and it causes a little bit of a roster shovel where Goose, formerly the clash lane, now in the support role, whereas Muaji, as you called out, mid lane, now in the clash lane. This is where Movistar Koi best believes their chances are going to remain at their peak for the remainder of the tournament. It's up to them now to execute with this lineup, and for what it's worth, they were at least able to get a game win off of Virtus.pro in the first series we saw on day 2. Unfortunately, as close as it was, Yumus, it was such a back and forth series. And unfortunately for Movistar Koi, they were just not able to close it out. Virtus.pro eventually becoming the victors in that series. And now Movistar Koi, we know that this is a team that is relatively new to esports, and according to what we've gotten some information on this team, they all just were able to qualify through the NA Open circuit, right? The Open series, and these are all players that really high on the ranked ladder, able to make their way in that way. But this is relatively their first foray into esports, and they're getting a taste of how tough it can be.
Yeah, Movistar Koi, don't let those 0 set wins here fool you guys. They are very tenacious in-game. One of the best team fighting teams we've seen so far yet. Their macro might not be the strongest, but if they can force you guys to take a fight with them, that's how I see them succeeding.
On the other side, Twisted Minds, we have just been able to see how successful this team has been. Maybe not as strong as OG in terms of macro, but definitely one of the runner-ups when it comes to total map lockdown and control. And I have to dedicate a lot of that to Clean, who has been one of our other super impressive junglers in this tournament so far. This guy, I think he's a former KGL player, which means I don't think it's the Kings Pro League, which is the tier 1 scene in China, but I think KGL might be the developmental scene. So just coming up, being able to train with some of the best players over in that region, and now being able to strut his stuff. A fan of things like Jing, Luna, and Pei. Very assassin-minded and very aggressive, trying to follow in a lot of the early footsteps that Dowdow was able to set, at least in the first couple of days. We're going to get a chance to see now what Twisted Minds are going to opt in for as we lock in for the first draft.
Twisted Minds here going ahead and first banning out Agudo here. Oftentimes you will see the blue side first ban. I don't want to call it a nothing ban, but they usually ban something a little bit lower tier just to open up a lot of those power picks still for them to go ahead and first pick off. Second ban, Dharma, pretty standard here, as we see Movistar Koi likely to ban the Arlie and Mai. No, actually, Mai is open and immediately gets picked away for Twisted Minds. They instantly recognize that.
Okay, well, I'm consulting my data chart here, and even though it hasn't been updated yet after the first series we saw today, Mai Shiranui is definitely one of the heroes that has one of the higher draft presence rates, but it's only been played so far 3 times the entire tournament. And so the sample size is small, but it's only won once out of those 3 times. So not the best showing when it actually gets through on the draft phase, but still, people fear it for a reason.
I have to assume giving over the Mai here is intentional from the side of MKoi. It's such a known second pick ban here, so MKoi might have a strategy in mind to go ahead and deal with it. But Hailang, seeing that the Mai was open, immediately snaps it up. It almost felt like Mai was picked before the ban even went through. I saw it hovered so quickly.
Yeah, and with MKoi going immediately for the Dune, Twisted Minds, I mean, maybe I'm incorrect here saying this, but if you see Dune, more than likely that should be going in the jungle role. I have seen it flex in Clash Lane a couple times, but more than likely that means there's no Musashi coming in, which has been the staple counter pick to Oghren. Dune does pack a decent amount of CC, but I don't think it's quite nearly the same amount of lockdown, and so Twisted Minds feel comfortable enough to lock in those 2 scaling picks in both the Long and the Ogre.
From the stars, one learns about the
Dune
world.
recently just got his jungle power nerfed a bit, but teams are still playing it predominantly in the jungle. Twisted Minds composition is, if you take like a fantasy league and pick all the most expensive players here, they have Mai, Long, Oghren. I cannot believe they were able to get away with such an amazing draft.
Dang, so if we were like an ultimate battle, this is essentially what Twisted Minds would have picked up anyway. Z-Dog, man. Well, MKoi, I hope you know what you're doing, because the way that Yumas is explaining to me right now, it seems like they are goading Twisted Minds into getting the best picks that you can lock for yourself on the Gorge. Now, we're in the second round of bans. So far they finished off their first 3 picks with the Lady Sun, and they have the Dahlia, so that Celestial Melody will at least be able to give yourself 2 casts of any ultimate that she chooses to link herself with or contract herself with. So far, the bans, the Diadea being taken off the board, so is Liang, and Twisted Minds answering with the Princess Frost and Lady Zhen, both mid laners for Kentao.
Twisted Minds removing a lot of these AoE mage mid laners that could give a bit of trouble to the Ogren and the Mai in the mid to late game, as they are melees, so they're forced to walk through those high area control ultimates. As we see YikeZGG locked in for MKOI, that's like probably the third on the totem right there, outside of Princess Frost and Lady Zhen. So MKOI snags up the final one that can give them a bit of trouble here, as we see Motsu potentially being locked in for Twisted Minds.
Oh, and do we get the lock-in for Guan Yu for 90? That'd be pretty fire. However, one thing I've learned about draft phases and multiple titles here, Yumus, you can never get too comfortable with what they're hovering, because they might try to be funny before they actually lock in their hero of choice. And no Motsu, it's going to be the Sakir, a hero that we've only seen a couple times so far this tournament.
I think Sakir is very underrated. It plays very similar to the Diadea. I would say Diadea is stronger and higher priority, but if that's removed and you want someone to fill that similar niche, Sakir is very strong. We've seen it yesterday do a great job of disengaging for their teams. Whenever teams get engaged on, they set up that skill 1 in a bush and cut off entrances where people can go ahead and go in on them. Guan Yu being picked up by Twisted as well too. Guan Yu seems like a pick that is good all the time. It's just a matter of if the player can go ahead and pilot it.
Ah, so execution is the barrier. And for MKOI, their final pick of the draft, waiting to see what 90's choice was as a blind, and they're gonna go ahead and lock in the Mayin, a hero that we've seen a few times this tournament. In terms of win rate so far, I'm not gonna lie, not the greatest. Out of 8 games total so far, a 37.50% win rate so far, but that is the choice that MKOI are going to put faith in. As we now look at both of these compositions side by side, Yumus, you know, what are you seeing the patterns for? What are we going to expect about both of these teams, and where at what point do both of these compositions really hit their power strike?
I really like the Mayin pick because that's one of those high damage clash laners that can get a lot of damage out on melees, and Twisted Mindside actually does have a melee as their mid laner, so we're going to see some AoE shred down the Mai here. The damage and the scaling is probably on the side of Twisted here, as they have all these tier 0 picks that all work really well off each other and scaling. It's a matter of if MKOI can go ahead and control the early game and not allow them to get ahead.
Yeah. Twisted Minds, a lot of scaling power too with this Ogren and the Long. We already saw that OG in the previous series. We were able to show you what happens when the Ogren is able to get online for free. MKOI, if you can find windows to accelerate the game in your own right and put Twisted Minds on the back foot. MKOI desperately need a series win. Not one of the opponents that we would expect it to happen to, but now the pressure's on and their backs are against the wall as we head to the Hero's Gorge for our second series in the first game.
I also want to mention that Mai, while it is an assassin pick in the mid lane, I would consider it more of a scaler, as you have to build up a few items before you're impactful, whereas YikeZGG can go ahead and roam around the map and start applying pressure.
All right, Kentao. Yuma's calling you out. He's saying, you better get stuff done before Mai comes online for high long. As now, MKOI. Oh, they found Clean invading onto the bot side. I think he yoinked away the blue buff right in, not necessarily Demon Cat's face since he was on the top side, but being able to steal this buff away. I mean, this is just the slippery and annoying, frustrating thing about Ogre when you're playing against this hero. He comes into your jungle, he's able to just glide over the wall thanks to that first skill, and if you don't have enough bodies, you don't have enough CC to stop him, he just has to do it for free.
Yeah, invades in this game, if you do not have vision of it going down, it happens really, really quickly. I would like to see a little bit more 5-point defenses coming out on the side of MKOI, or maybe teams against Agron, not let him get away with these early steals that'll help propel him into that level 4 state earlier.
Side note, these Jujutsu Kaisen skins are so cool, man. I didn't even realize that we had them in the game until I started logging in and seeing it like pop up on my client. I was like, oh my god, this is sick. The animations are super neat. As you saw, Lulu was trying to compete for that Phoenix, but all in from both of the farm duos, and both of the farm laners are forced to play. Kentao able to collapse first alongside Demon Cat. being able to find that ultimate to lock down Catboy as well. And MKoi are on the board with 2 kills.
Being forced to follow and not really being able to do much there as MKoi takes a great lead, 2-for-0 there. Kentao, as mentioned there, getting those boots of deafness, roaming around the map quicker than Hailang, which is forced to kind of stuck clearing the wave.
YG forced to flash away after 90 committed the ultimate to collapse onto the top side, using Clean to pick up any of the farm there. But as you called out, it was just great trading from MKoi's farm lane, engaging and making it super volatile. And because Kentao and Demon Cat were the first ones to collapse there, they're able to benefit off of it. Now, Twisted Minds, still not completely out of the game. It's just the first 2 kills, and the gold lead is just only a few hundred, so nothing to run away with the lead for. However, Mylon getting very aggressive on the Goose.
That's the issue of Mai early. As you see there, Hailang landed all of his abilities, but he just doesn't have enough damage to go ahead and secure a kill, even on Goose, which is the roamer here. Interesting though about Goose, he actually took Purify, not the usual option you probably see on Dolly here, but valuing that cleanse to maybe get away from the skill 1 from Saker to not get cheesed and caught out on a rotation, potentially later on purifying a Mai Shiro combo.
Yeah, it'd be really nice, because if you can remain not crowd controlled in a fight, you'll be able to pop that Celestial Melody and give your team a second cast of whatever ultimate that you really want from this squad. We're about 30 seconds away from Overlord and Tyrants spawning on the Gorge here. We know that so far most teams have not really gone for the Overlord so far super early on into the game. It's usually more the Tyrant, but it's not necessarily like on spawn they go for the objective. It only happens when they have full control of that bottom side jungle.
Overlord not too beneficial here, just goes ahead and swaps your minions for a dragon. Early game doesn't really do much. If anything, it gives the enemy team better information of how your waves are moving around. Whereas that Shadow, whereas that Tyrant goes ahead and gives you that wave clear, that electric effect on hit is definitely way better in the early game.
Infinite Vastness forced by Shanks just to avoid the danger. Here comes Hai Long trying to collapse in, but the world is my board. Keeps him locked in, and Demon Cat alongside Lilu are able to at least be able to find their way back, but 90 on the Guan Yu arrives to the party alongside Clean, and now MKoi are down members. They're down overall numbers advantages. They're still trying to fight it out, and Demon Cat does his very best to sustain through it all, but Clean ends up taking the execute.
Twisted Mind goes ahead and gets their way back into the game here, and at first it looked like a 2-for-2, but anything that is a fair trade is actually good for Twisted Mind. They have the scale and composition. They could even take losing trades and it would probably be good for them because it slows and draws out the game. So if I was MKoi, I'd be a little bit worried now as Twisted gets the gold lead.
Yeah, it was such a big fight. Multiple flashes were expended on both sides here. Now Clean trying to sneak this Tyrant before any members from MKoi can get in, but because most of the flashes are gone from MKoi as well, they don't feel confident to be able to step up. So that first objective going over to the hands of Twisted Mind. And while we did praise MKoi for being able to find a lot of volatility thanks to Luli's ability to force those aggressive trades, Twisted Mind just being able to benefit off of probably the biggest fight we've seen in the game so far on the bot side.
Hailang has been moving around the map a lot. Not much success so far, but it's going to let him slow down the game here. Try and be places, shadowing the Liang here, giving him that time and safety while he takes down the tower. Once we get some items on the Mai here, we should see some more explosive fights coming out of them.
Because all the pressure was on the bottom side of the map for the past minute, it opened up an opportunity for Shanks to just push in the wave top lane solo, gets the first turret of the game. Now fight in the mid lane, massive knockup from Demon Cat, locks down Clean, all falls. They might just trade it back unless Clean can walk away safely. He does make it out alive. The tankiness on this hero is so beneficial for the site of MKoi.
That's a great shutdown on the side of MKoi here. Clean was holding a lot of the gold on the side of Twisted Minds, taking him out there, gives a lot back. And as we see, they actually evened up the gold. Twisted was ahead for a second here, but now it's a little bit more even. MKoi needs to get more than that, though, if they want to outscale the Argrin.
Yeah, it can't just be the benefit of one successful fight. You're going to have to really lay down the pressure successfully in multiple rotations, multiple skirmishes. MKoi trying to show their stuff. However, big pick from Twisted Minds, being able to find Demon Cat in the back.
Not looking good for MKOI here. Seems like they're getting one kill, giving one back. It's a really slowed down game. 7 minutes. No one is really ahead here. I would say Twisted enjoys this setup though, as they have the Argon, they have the Long, and if they're able to go even in their weakest state of the game, once they get online, it's going to be really bad for Movistar Koi.
Yeah, the fact that Twisted Minds are able to trade and, as you called it, just go blow for blow, that allows Twisted Minds to continue scaling up and stalling time, where MKOI don't have that massive gold advantage that they really need to be able to put the pressure on Twisted Minds and force them out of the safety of their own jungle. It's in fact the other side. Outside river, big fight, Clean is picked off once again. Great setup and CC from MKOI being able to find the jungle for Twisted Mind once again. We're going to see what they can do with the pressure now.
This is a good momentum shift. It seems like Twisted Mind's Argon was actually getting a lot of steals and stuff off in the early game and kind of doing whatever he wants, but 2 back-to-back deaths is going to instantly hamper that, remove him from the map, doesn't give him time to farm as they use that pressure to take tier 1 tower here in the mid lane.
Yeah, you saw Nighty was trying to look for a flank opportunity to see if he could like pull a fast one on MKOI and push them into the tower and the rest of the team. But then, as soon as Guan Yu steps into range, Demon Cat fast on the ultimate, locks him down, puts him into the grinder, and forces him to use his ultimate just to escape, even being able to force pressure on the Shanks. And so far, MKOI are starting to find more and more reasons to be excited about as they take the Overlord in the back half of the objective trade in Tier 1.
If I was Clean, I would have to be real careful, because it seems like every single time MKOI goes ahead and spots him, they all is all foots on the gas as they charge him down, sets up boards on him, everything.
Yeah, Demon Cat's so reliably tanky on the Dune here, just being able to fearlessly lead the charge, soak up as much damage as he can for the squad, and it buys enough time that he still survives while MKOI is able to at least trade pressure. Unfortunately for them, it's still not enough, and I feel like Twisted Minds are still very comfortable in this game. They've lost a couple turrets, they lost the objective, but something tells me that Twisted Minds are still totally fine. The gold lead has not exploded yet.
I think they are fine. While I do think Twisted Minds outscales them here, I think Kentao's pick of the Yi Zing here is going to be really important going into the late game. He's one of the highest range characters, and there's not much range on the side of Twisted Minds. So if they do a good job of protecting him and he's able to lay out these abilities, which late game should apply anti-heal and burn and do a ton of damage, it could churn fights even though their competition is relatively lower ceiling compared to Twisted Minds.
And anti-heal will be so important for dealing with someone like Clean on the Ogren. Meanwhile, Kentao routed off from the rest of the team, and Nighty is just going to make him pay. Completely tramples him on the red mare. Meanwhile, MKOI now trying to fight for their lives on the bottom side of the map. Catboy falls to Demon Cat, but Muaji is traded thanks to Shanks on the long. Finds the double kill onto Luli, and now Twisted Minds able to take an aggressive and advantageous fight in their own right. Twisted Minds suddenly jump ahead.
Muaji, usually known for getting ahead in these 1v1s and such, seems like he cannot get a foothold this game. The Mei-Yin, not much is happening. He was even behind the Guan Yu, which is a character that's historically a little bit weaker than Mei-Yin early, so he can't really get anything done this game, it feels like, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that was kind of the big thing for MKOI, saving that counter pick for the last pick in the draft phase against Nighty's Guan Yu. As you called out, Nighty has been the one kind of running the show and being able to create so much more pressure and space for the squad. And just like that, it's one good fight for Twisted Minds. They take tier 1 in the mid lane, they take a tier 2 on the bot side, they take the Shadow Tyrant as well, and now they continue the pressure on the top side. Clean, finishing off Muaji, super tanky on the Ogre, maybe a little too far forward as the rest of the team was already dipping, and MKOI just easily able to pick him off.
Muaji can't quite find any of these executions that he wants to going in here. They do end up trading for Clean there, which is good, but they are looking at about a 2,000 gold lead here for Twisted Minds.
Oh, MKOI, they feel the pressure. They're gonna try to just rip this Shadow Overlord. Oh, maybe a pick. Goose is under fire here. Nighty is forced out. The world is my board. Doesn't get a chance to lock down as many targets as possible. Clean finally reses back from death and is back on the board here. MKOI still trying to do their best to fight for pressure, being able to push out these waves, but because they don't have the safety of these tier 1s anymore, it's so much harder to do.
We have not seen much from Shanks this game. He's just been on the sidelines, getting tower scaling up, but he's level 15 with double buffs right now. He is extremely strong, and let's see how they go ahead and use that long to win these fights.
Seems like the window for shutting down Shanks has elapsed, and now look at the damage that he's able to pump out. The Lady Sun just falls in an instant. Yixing falls next. Kentao not able to survive. Already a for Shanks. Just look at this guy go. He hasn't even popped the ultimate yet. He is just hogging a Twisted Minds. My goodness, a quadra kill for Shanks. And this is why you cannot give this guy the long, because he will make you regret it.
Shanks basically just walked into the entire enemy team and dispatched them one by one, using his ultimate as a backup plan, but he didn't need it. Everyone died already.
Mkoi gonna try to make one last stand. It's on Moaji in a 1v5, but it's just not going to happen. Under 13 minutes, Twisted Minds are gonna step up to the crystal, but they don't have a minion wave quite yet. And Mkoi spawned 3 more members here. They'll try one more defense. The Hail Mary, the world is my board, tries to hold him in place, but it's not going to stop them from laying down their wrath. And Twisted Mind takes game 1.
Shanks with the long there, like I mentioned, spent all game scaling up, and he just needs one good fight, and he found it as he goes in their base and gets a, what, an unofficial pentakill it was?
Unofficial penta, baby. My goodness. Shanks, you're a beast. That was disgusting.
The damage, the numbers might not show it, but I'm pretty sure Shanks carried that final fight here. He was just farming all game, getting ready for that one moment. He found it. He went in so aggressively. I was thinking he was gonna have to pop the ultimate to get out. Did not have to. Lady Sun died in one flaming palms, it felt like there, and he just level 15 long with double buffs. Like, that's all I need to say.
The way you set it up too, it was almost like the foreboding narrative, you know. Long has just been farming up side lane turrets, you know, getting all that gold, and despite the way the early action had occurred and trying to put Shanks down into the dirt and put him behind, Twisted Minds were able to rally and give him, you know, the space and the time to scale on up, and then he just walks in and he's literally just clicking buttons on them. He's tapping them to death. No infinite vastness needed. He could have saved that just to style on them and, you know, soar into their base.
I'm pretty sure the comms from Shanks were, hey guys, I got all my items already. Let's go ahead and end the game. And he walks into the enemy jungle with his entire team, dispatches them all, and he doesn't even die at the end. At the end, he almost died, saved the infinite vastness to fly into their base and not go down.
Shanks is just built differently, bro. And Twisted Mind are able to show that if you give them a power composition like this, where the first 3, remember how the draft phase went down. Mai was open, immediately locked in. Ogren and Long were open, immediately locked in. Mkoi tried to play the early game, tried to steamroll them and put them behind first, but they could never find enough pressure, enough successful plays to actually take meaningful objectives off the gorge there from Twisted Minds. They weren't able to get enough turrets and push them back into their jungle. It was Twisted Minds that always found a way to actually repay the pressure tenfold.
Highland here going ahead and removing the Mai instantly. I don't think that's his first choice of picks, but if it's up, he has to go ahead and take it. I see him as a stronger pick on some of these more mage utility mid laners, but even on the Mai, he really helped his team out a lot, shadowing the Liang so that he's able to push these side lanes with Impurity, not being worried about any ganks, and he ended the game with a 0-1-10 KDA, showing the utility of even Mai, an assassin.
Yeah, this is... yeah, I can see why this hero gets banned a lot now. after seeing it in a dominating fashion once it scaled into the game. Now, you know, thinking forward about the second draft, at least for the sake of Mkoi's, you know, mental, they can say, well, they can't pick Ogren again, they can't pick Mai again, they can't pick Long again. You know, we can at least be grateful that we don't have to play against it anymore. But at the same time, Twisted Minds have shown that it's not like the end-all be-all composition. If they don't get that, they can't be successful with anything else. We already highlighted how willing the likes of the Jungler Queen was able to go for early-based junglers like the Jink, the Luna, the Pei. But, of course, Shanks picking up the MVP. Pretty hard not to give it to him after he just finished the game off by himself, literally walking in and just tapping the enemies to death.
Twisted Minds here, or commonly known as the Masterminds. I don't think this is a composition they were thinking about playing, but they're opportunists. They saw that all these great picks are available, so they got to take advantage of it, even though if they're not picks that traditionally they like going with. As you mentioned, Clean like going for more of these assassin-style pickers.
Like we said before, the way the early game rolled out, it was Mkoy getting the jump on Shanks and Catboy early on. It was them using Demon Cat and Kentao's pressure to rotate early, collapse fast, and put Shanks and Catboy behind. But still, Twisted Minds able to find a way to stall the game out long enough and find windows where Shanks is able to farm on the side lane safely away from all the action and only contributing when it was safe for him to do so.
In the mid game, we see Mkoy actually doing a great job of catching out Clean, taking him out multiple times over and over, maybe showing a little bit of an inexperience on the Adrian for Clean as well here too. But this is a team game though. While they were busy catching out Clean, Shanks along was sizing up his goal of taking these towers, and Mai was scaling up, and ultimately comes down to this finish here. Look at the rate. Long's in melee range of the enemy team here, it looks like.
Bro. That is crazy. Alright, poor Demon Cat. Tanky on the Dune, but if you got no more damage dealers behind you, then, you know, what's the point of being a big bulk tank, you know? You can't absorb damage if you're not getting a chance to deal damage back at that point. And I can at least see that Mkoy has the means of being a strong team fighting team, the way they were able to coordinate fast picks onto, you know, certain members, mostly Clean, as you called out. Unfortunately for them, it did come down to a lot of the map play that they were not able to stop Twisted Minds from scaling. But of course, that is the end of game one. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it'll be time for game number 2 on your screen.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own, what a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Movistar and Twisted Minds, where Twisted Minds very victorious in their first game. And, you know, the manner that they did it in, they picked a, well, we called it an ultimate battle draft, because in those scenarios, you get to pick anything you want. And the way that the draft occurred, it almost seems like that Twisted Minds were able to pick anything they want. They got Ogren, they got Mai, they got Long, very powerful scaling composition, and it was a challenge for MKOI to see if they could shut this team down early on and steamroll them. And unfortunately for the North American squad, they were not able to do so, and Twisted Minds were overall the superior team.
It was a challenge indeed. MKOI looked like they built up a pretty good amount of steam in the mid game, but once those characters all got online, they're all individually S-tier threats. You can stop one of them, you can set the Agron behind, but then you got to worry about the Long, the Mai is coming back in there too. So that's why that's such a strong composition. Very bold decision for MKOI to have draft play out that way. They prioritized the Dolia and the Dune over picks like the Long and the Agron. But now on the bright side for them, Twisted Minds can no longer pick all those strong characters. They were all basically expended in the same game, and MKOI still has them all available.
Yeah, now MKOI got to dig deep and be able to find the mental resolve to bring a strong game 2 against Twisted Minds. I have to remind everyone at home that MKOI have not won a single series yet so far. This is overall their 4th series of the tournament, if I am not mistaken. And they were able to at least take one game off of Virtus.pro in their respective series, but still eventually losing overall. And for the side of how ranking week and survival week works, this is a single round robin between all 7 teams, best of 3. The top 3 teams immediately go into the top group, S group, whereas the 4 bottom teams have to then fight for their lives in the survival week, which is starting next week. And if you don't make it out as the top team of that bottom group, you're eliminated. No more tournament play from you. And MKOI definitely don't want to be one of the 3 teams that gets eliminated after survival week.
MKOI very likely to go into that Group A, as you mentioned, where only one team makes it out. Spirits look a little bit low here on the side of MKOI. Unfortunately, after a loss, you cannot help it, but you need to dig deep and find something within to clean out this set.
Deep breaths for the side of MKOI, whereas for Twisted Minds, business as usual. These guys continue fight where a lot of pressure was, you know, put to the test against their bot lane of Shanks and Catboy, but being able to rally behind the team for control around the map, installing long enough to come online now. We're into the second game for the draft phase. First bans coming out already. Twisted Minds not going to make the same decision that MKOI did in leaving the Mai Shiranui open. They banned that first thing, and MKOI, a little bit of respect to clean, taking away the Jing as well as the Dahlia away from Cap.
MKOI also seems to be one of the teams that prioritizes Dolia a lot. First picking it, first banning it. A lot of teams seem to enjoy Diadea a bit more, but they're one of the teams that like Dolia and the synergy that it brings, so they go ahead and remove that. As you see, Arlie and Mai being banned out from Twisted. Pretty standard bans from the T2 here.
Arlie continues to be a staple in these draft phases. Picked or banned, still maintaining that 100% draft presence rate. MKOI thinking about their first pick, some power picks available. We know that things like
Even here, I must remain true to who I am.
Minds, but obviously you want to be able to build a solid composition around it and not leave open a lot of crowd control as available answers for the other side. So they are going to lock in the Dharma here for Muaji as their blind pick.
I would like to see Twisted Minds maybe take away some of these utility mid laners that work really well with the Agron. As MKOI knows, Twisted Minds can no longer play it, and it is not banned, so it's likely going to be picked along with the mid laner here with the 2nd and 3rd pick, as Twisted goes ahead and locks in the Liang Po and Mei Yin, giving MKOI the option to go Argon Princess Frost potentially.
Yeah.
I am Ogron,
MKOI, I think, are on the same wavelength as you for the most part, but instead, not the Princess Frost quite yet for Kentao. They're going to leave it up for the 2nd round of picks and bans, whereas trying to secure this long for Luli in the farm lane, and MKoi going to try to play a scaling game this time around, but Twisted Minds thinking about bringing a little bit of early power alongside the amount of CC that Liam Po brings with that Tremor Smash, and it is the D-Renja, very infamous for being able to bring, man.
D-Renji also great in compositions that deal a lot of physical damage, like the Liang Po and the Mei Yin, as he can reduce their defenses, and any tanks that MKoi will bring out here to round out their team, or maybe even the Agron, he can go ahead and shut down that ultimate and make them a lot more vulnerable for his teammates.
Motsu banned off the board. Respect ban for the Pei as well. MKoi just trying to eliminate any aggressive junglers for Clean to be able to pilot. They are very well aware of what kind of pressure could be laid down against Ogren early on. And it would be a big hindrance to MKoi's ability to scale. Lady Jen also being banned off the table from Twisted Mind, so limiting both the support pool as well as the mid lane pool.
MKoi given 3 bans over the side of Clean's junglers here, and Twisted with the Lady Jen ban tells me that they're likely to pick up Princess Frost potentially to remove those utility mid laners away from Agron, make them pick a little bit more of a resource heavy mid laner so that they have to fight for their farm a little bit. Let's see what happens though.
Yeah. See Hailong on camera right now talking to the rest of his team, and we've seen this hero a few times, not that many, but it's the Nuwa for Hailong in the mid lane.
I'm very surprised by Nuwa picked. With how draft went, I was almost certain he was going to go ahead and pick up the Princess Frost, but since they do not pick it up, MKoi goes in and takes it. One of the best bread and butter combos here. Agron, Princess Frost able to get those boots of deafness, move around the map and support the team, and feeding all those mid lane minions to the Agron here, as Zhongfei gets potentially locked in here as well too.
Winter is here. Begun.
They're hovering, they're figuring out.
Oh, Yuan's locked in.
Wow. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure what this hero does. I haven't seen it that often. I know it has been picked a couple times if I look back through my table sheet here. No, don't do it to be clean. Don't. I'm gonna wait for the confirmation lock-in. But to be fair, MKoi have banned out all 3 of Clean's top junglers in the Jing, the Pei, and the Luna. And Clean is might as well saying, you know what? I'm still going to reach into this back pocket. I've still got heroes that you guys do not know about. And Fade, being the newest addition to the roster of Honor of Kings, is once again going to make his way to the Gorge.
There we go, Clean locking in the Fade, getting ready to run a Fade here. Yuan is one of the most well-rounded characters, being able to flex into 3 roles. It is going to be on Roam currently, but it has a little bit of everything. It's a little bit tanky, it does some damage, it has some sustain for its team. Very well-rounded hero, and the sustain from it is definitely important here to try and sustain the Dharma and the Agron as they go in, as they will be getting shut down by the D-Renji.
For me, the coolest thing about seeing the Fade lock-in is just whenever I see these junglers pilot it and how well they can use the parkour ability. I don't know if it's actually called parkour, but to me, that's what he's doing. He's scaling walls. He's the only hero and one of the few characters I've seen in any title that, like, not just, you know, scales walls in terrain, but he actually, like, walks on top of it. That is such a cool before, and already, at least thanks to Dao over on OG, we've gotten a chance to see how slippery, how mobile this hero can be.
They banned out 3 of Clean junglers, but he has a whole toolbox full of them, and they're all incredibly hard to play, in my opinion. Fade, one of the most mechanically intensive junglers here, having to manage your auto attacks, jumping in between walls. You have a limited amount of jumps, and if you run out of them, you're stuck on the wall, you know? So I'm interested to see how Clean goes and pilots the Fade here. Traditionally, it is built in competitive, a little bit more tanky, actually, with some stuff like the Burning Cape after Acts of Torment, but maybe Clean just goes full damage because he's Clean.
Could be. I'm gonna have to pull up Fade abilities real quick and just see what this guy does exactly. I just know that he's on these walls and then he's just doing some BS. That I'm just gonna plainly put that out there. But you know what?
Yeah.
As you called it, we're gonna see if Clean on the Fade can run a Fade on MKoi real quick as we lock into the Gorge for game number 2 of the series.
Fade, one of the newer characters here, so maybe I'll give a quick rundown for it for everyone that it is new to, because it is one of the newest ones, right? Fade's skill 2 is the most notable ability for him. It lets him jump onto a wall. It gets multiple charges. He can interchange between any wall in the game, which makes him extremely mobile. The skill 1 jumps off with a nice little short dash and CC, and the ultimate puts a mark on you that when he goes ahead and cashes in, executes you if enough damage is dealt.
Hang on. Demon Cat and MKoi were trying to look for a quick yoink of the buff here. And to his credit, he got the red buff, but then the rest of Twisted Mind said, you can't be here. This is illegal. And they push him out. They get the first blood. And now Demon Cat step behind off of the invade.
Teams are starting to wisen up with how Argon kind of clears and goes throughout the map. They want to get these invades down early to get himself extra resources, but if you get caught like that, it'll set you really far behind. I was mentioning in a prior series that people should start to take notes and set up these 5-point defenses so that that doesn't happen for free, and it seems like Twisted Minds has that covered.
Yeah, credit to Catboy, who kept full vision of the invade, that it was happening an entire time, giving up his pressure and presence on the bottom side, and knowing that he could do that since Shanks on the D-Renja should have the push into something like long early on, and Twisted Mind just making the collapse happen. Now it is clean with both of the buffs on hand, trying to see if he can continue leveraging that pressure on the other side of the map.
CT Boy goes ahead and catches Goose here on rotation. Not much comes of it. Both supports relatively tanky. I'm excited to see how his Fade goes ahead and plays into the map here too. A little bit of action bot lane here, not much happening. A lot more action in the top here as Moji forced to use a Truth Mantra just to get Nightly off of him.
Jeez. Wanji feeling the pressure of 90s Mayin. You see Shanks himself on the bottom side contesting for that Phoenix. It does go the way of MKoi, but here comes Catboy just creating some space and bullying Goose away. We saw a potential roam from Hai Long, just fishing for any picks with the Nuwa, giving up some pressure in the mid lane. There's an opportunity for MKoi to at least put something on the top side or to make a fast collapse on the bottom side to relieve any pressure that Goose and Luli are facing right now. And that's exactly what happens. Kento just making sure that his bot lane is relieved.
Yangpo kind of caught by 3 people. Does he have the skills to go over the wall? He does, so it takes a lot of damage, but goes in and gets out. But if you remember last game, Miyagi actually played the Mayin, and it didn't really work out. So Nightly might be saying, here, let me go ahead and pick the Mayin and show you how to play it.
Oh, ooh. A little bit of, you know, subtle trash talk in that way. I know we definitely saw some when we saw the Pei Ogren swap-a-roo between one of the series yesterday. Meanwhile, Shanks under fire. Super low to falling, but thankfully Catboy is able to create enough space thanks to the CC in Liam Poe's kit. Gives Shanks a chance to recall.
Both these supports are a little bit more level 4 focused, as their level 1s, 3 are not as strong. So once these ultimates come out, we're going to see a lot more action going on.
Yeah. A little taste of that action in the mid lane. Twisted Minds were getting a little scrappy with Demon Cat. Force the Conductor of Souls to pop. MKoi's jungler does survive. This opens up some pressure. Twisted Mind is going to now chance it, trying to start up this Tyrant. MKoi fighting for space. Catboy creates some pressure, forced to flash away immediately as he had overextended himself a little too far, and now it's MKoi trying to burn down this Tyrant, and they will secure it for themselves.
Twisted seems like they were baiting the Tyrant there, but they may have bit off more than they can chew as MKoi comes in with full force and goes in and secures it right in front of them.
Yeah, you saw Mwaji ready to commit that full roam on the bottom side. And because 90 was committed to the tower, they give the Tyrant as a response. Does not open up the tier 1 quite yet, but it's super low. You saw in the picture-in-picture camera there. Looked like 90 was almost super close. Meanwhile, bot side, yeah, Luli's gonna force the pop. The flash, as well as the infinite vastness, does escape danger and denies another kill over to Twisted Mind.
It seems like the longer Nightly's left from Maji here, the Mayin is going to be bullying the Dharma as we see some fights go on in the top lane. That tower is on 1 HP. It might go down here any second now. Mayin actually ends up taking a tower and getting a teleport into mid lane.
Oh, shoot. MKoi trying to at least equalize the pressure on all sides of the map, but at some point, Twisted Mind find a window where they can break it, and what a cool hero, man. Clean just being able to pole vault from one wall to another, put some pressure down, throw down some jade daggers, and then just parkour right on back to the safety of his own tower.
Meanwhile, coming in here, Truth Mantra comes out and catches Nightly and gives over the kill to Demon Cat there. Fade is an extremely strong character when it comes to these compositions that don't have much targeted abilities. Only really Luli on the Yang can get him later, on the Long can get him later on. In the mid game, while he's not joining fights, is really hard to counter.
Right. Blue buff secured by Demon Cat, and he even gets the execute on Clean's Fade as well. But now he's trying to run away from Shanks. Just needs one more auto attack, but no flash available. He had already expended it, and somehow Demon Cat is able to survive, walk away from the fight. Twisted Minds now suffering a little bit of the overextension they had, and Employ really trying to put the pressure on them.
Yeah, Fade's super hard to catch, but as you can see here, Long actually joined that fight. All these auto attacks cannot be dodged. Doesn't matter what wall you're on, the Flaming Palms will hunt you down, and he did get hunted down there. And Demon Cat also happened to have the passive on him and got him executed.
Yeah, for the first time, it seems like this game, Twisted Minds now on the back foot. Employ being able to reliably snowball that pressure off of the successful skirmish in the bot side jungle into a tier 1 into the bot lane. Meanwhile, fight on the top jungle. Oh, Demon Cat was just trying to farm some wolves, man, but he can't even get a piece of that pie as the rest of Twisted Minds make him eat a knuckle sandwich for lunch there, as the rest of Employ now trying to continue the pressure and fighting back for control of this topside quadrant in the jungle. But Twisted Minds still pushing the line here.
I would think I was safe there too. Demon Cat was squarely inside of his jungle here when all those Twisted Minds went ahead and reacted and collapsed upon him there. Knew a teleport as well as CT Boys CC go ahead and close them out.
Red team has
Picture in picture, you can see Clean actually splitting on the bottom side of the map. We've seen this as a pattern from not just Clean, but also Dowdow on the OG squad. Whenever things are not necessarily going super well for them in the early game and they're not creating that massive snowball, then you start taking side lane farm. You ensure that your economy is still good. And to be fair, he is 1,000 gold up on the Ogryn. But Demon Cat at least is scaling through this early stage of the game, not completely shut down. It's not a massive gold deficit on the side of Employ, whereas for Twisted Minds, you know, we feel like that there should be a little more urgency to create some of these successful plays, as maybe Tremor Smash used by Catboy gets into the thick of it all, but Mwaji is going to punch 90 right in the gut thanks to that Truth Mantra, and Clean just could not collapse into the fight to save his team in time.
CT Boy invested so much flash, ultimate, everything on Luli, but there's just not enough follow damage to take him out while he was crowd controlled. Clean with the Fade actually has a great lead over Demon Cat now, and what we've seen in the past is when Clean has a lead on his junglers, either Jing or Luna, he actually swaps with his Clash Laner and pushes out the side lanes because he knows no one can 1v1 him and sends someone like Nightly to join these team fights.
Oh, and there's a big fight here in the mid lane. They get a chance to re-engage off of the pressure. Twisted Minds able to at least find Kentao before the rest of Employ scram. There was a flash burn from Luli on Long. Able to save the Infinite Vastness for another pick if he needs it to escape. Employ still down about 2,000 gold off the back of the pick, but they're finding ways to come back as DT Boy a little too far forward. Pop the Tremor Sash to run away. Goose is picked off on the side, and Shanks continuing the pressure as the rest of Twisted Minds able to capitalize on Employ just stepping too far forward.
City Boy, some might say that was calculated, barely gets away with 1 HP and actually ends up baiting Mwaji and Goose to going down.
All right, you know what? I guess that's what Mayim can do, you know, when she's ahead. I have yet to see the power of this hero, at least, you know, here on day 3, but 90 getting a chance to just solo dive the high ground turn on the bot side, and now they're continuing to do it again. Kentao's got no room to grow. He was between 2 towers, Yumus, and yet he was still not safe.
It looks like Luli also was not aware of what Nightly could do in the Mayin, as he couldn't even get out of there with a flash or ultimate. Potentially his ultimate was down, I'm not sure. He just died so quickly there when Mayin's combination latched on him. As both teams are going for an objective trade here.
They're doing both objectives. They have half of their squad doing the Overlord, and at least Twisted Minds were trying to finish off the Tyrant at the same time. but it didn't look like they had enough damage nor enough confidence to solo it with smaller numbers compared on the bottom side. So they're just gonna be content with the fact that they got the Shadow Overlord picked up here. They're gonna have the Vanguards pouring in for extra map pressure, and maybe the next successful fight Twisted Minds can look for the Shadow Tyrant.
I actually thought it was a trade. It seems like Twisted was trading with himself there as they were trying to take both objectives at the same time.
I mean, that's just the kind of map state we're in. It's only 3,000 gold, and yet off of that one big fight in the dive in between the two towers in mid lane, Twisted Minds were ready to ball and see how much they could push their limits there. A lot of space being created by Hanlong on the Nuwa, just creating space for Twisted Minds and ensuring that MKOI do not feel safe to walk up past just the outer ring of their base.
YikeZ has not had the best series so far, but he's on Dharma, one of those picks that can make or break the game in an instant. Even though they're down 4,000 gold, all it takes is one good game-changing truth match to turn that on its head.
Yeah, good by Twisted Minds, putting pressure in the mid and bot lane with the Shadow Vanguard spawning on the top side to maintain equal pressure on every side of the map. This high ground turret is just about to fall in the clash lane. Meanwhile, MKOI just doing the best they can to soak up any resources that is given to them, but they don't have access to the jungle camps anymore. Twisted Minds are pretty much setting up camps for themselves in there. They have full control of the outer reaches of the base, and now the Shadow Vanguard is just punching through the health bar of Demon Cat as they pretty much give most of their health bars just to stave it off from being able to take the high ground tower.
The map is basically being completely controlled by Twisted here, as if 6 towers to the 1 on the side of MKOI. We've seen MKOI in this situation before. They're still able to win fights in this situation, as long as they can maintain these high ground towers. Once they lose them, though, we have seen MKOI usually struggle to fight outside of their base. So they need to do whatever's possible to maintain these high ground towers so they have a chance to win.
Yeah. I get flashbacks to the series yesterday where all the high ground turrets were gone. It was super late game, and it just took one instance where they weren't checking for a split pusher, just riding in that last wave and finishing the game. The backdoor potential is always a threat you have to be concerned about. And if MKOI can at least hold on to the high ground towers, as you talked about, they avoid that threat for now. But Twisted Minds, knowing that MKOI cannot step out safely outside of their base, that's a free Shadow Tyrant that they secure for themselves. And now Twisted Minds resume the siege once again.
Goose goes in and gets caught out here, but Nuwa is forced to use that ultimate here as more waves are being pushed into MKOI's side.
A lot of damage expended onto Lugli's health bar there. We'll get a chance to recall and so go back to full HP here. Twisted Minds definitely not being insanely aggressive with the siege here, just taking their time, waiting for a window, using their long-range abilities and skills to chunk out these health bars and then create a window here. But it's all just about the pressure of these waves pouring in. There is a wave that is kind of pushed up into the neutral state on the bottom side of the map, so I imagine that someone from Twisted Minds will get a chance to correct it before they resume the 3-man full press.
One of the weaknesses here for MKOI, as identified by ALO Gaming yesterday, is their wave management is not the best, and Twist is taking advantage of that as well, having all the waves constantly push on MKOI's side, not allowing them to leave base. And once you have them trapped in base, it seems like MKOI gets a little bit lost in what they need to do.
Yeah, you see all 5 of them committed to just making sure that they're all safe in correcting and catching the wave on the bottom side of the map, but this opens up the top side completely free for Twisted Minds to just take the next spawn of this Overlord. And once again, they're going to get access to Vanguards pushing in all 3 lanes. They'll have a Shadow Vanguard as well to create even more pressure. And MKOI, they are just praying. They are holding on for dear life, just trying to continue to soak up resources whenever they can get them and hope that the fight that they take is as advantageous for them as possible.
This next fight is likely to decide the game here, as no matter what happens, MKOI is likely to lose some high ground towers. If they don't clean wipe Twisted here and trade back some objectives for those towers here, they are permanent and they will slowly get choked out even more, as they're now down almost 7,000 gold.
MKOI, last stand, backs against the wall. Can they pull it off? already. They found one pick on the high long. It's looking good for MKoi. 5 versus 4 on the board right now. They're going to continue the pressure as the front line goes in, tries to occupy space, but immediately at his neck, and just like that, the first high ground tower falls. Boy jumped on by Muaji, but cannot find a killing blow. The rest of Twisted Minds, yes, they lost their mid laner, but they're able to trade back too, and now they're the ones with the numbers advantage, and they still have the Vanguards pushing in on all 3 lanes. They continue to seize, they continue the pressure, and just like that, as you foreboded, Yumu, their high ground towers are gone. The crystal is exposed.
That should be all she wrote here, MKoi. Now they're in the same situation that they're in yesterday, where they have lost all their high ground towers. Twisted is actually playing for the end here, it looks like. They're not giving them a chance to draw out a 23-man game like Alo Gaming. They're ending it right now.
2-0 sweep for Twisted Minds. The flash tremor smash from Liempo on the last push by CT Boy just creates the space, as you called it out. They were not concerned with buffing up their KDAs. They were just ready to clean the series out and finish the game. And just like that, Twisted Mind add another dub to their overall series score, and MKoi continue to fall down the ladder.
Unfortunately for MKoi, they cannot secure a win here. What I've noticed between the games I've seen of them, they over-invest a little bit too much on the defense. And while that's a good job of making sure everyone stays alive for these wave clears, it also makes it you're not getting on the map, you're not pushing the waves out. You're constantly stuck in this cycle of clearing out your base and letting the enemy team take free reign over your jungle, over these objectives, and these hammers that are shadow overlords constantly flying into your base, and one hammer too late and then you lose.
Yeah, MKoi really have their work cut out for them. We highlighted it at the top of the day that it was not going to be the easiest road for their 2 series today, since, you know, realistically, based on strength of schedule and based on the resumes that the teams were kind of walking into the Major West League with, their easiest matches were yesterday. Their hardest matches are today. And the fact that they have not been able to find one is really daunting for their chances of being able to, you know, at least make it to the top of the bottom group. Because at this point, I think with 4 series losses, it is impossible to make it to the top group. So now all you can do as MKoi is try and learn as much as you can, take each game and, you know, get as much experience possible, and, you know, level up as much as you can so that you are ready for the survival league, because that is where, you know, MKoi could still have a chance to make a miracle run to that top seed, as that will be the story for our other 3 teams that are in that bottom group with them.
Absolutely, yeah. After losing 4 sets, it is unfortunately impossible for them to go ahead and get into that Group S where they're all guaranteed in. Now they just, as you mentioned, have to prepare to the fight for the death, where only one group can get out of Group A here. Unfortunately for this game here, it was pretty even up until it was not. MKoi's Miyagi couldn't really get anything done in either of these games. He seems like a fairly momentum-driven player, where the games, even he has lost before, when he gets ahead, he stays ahead and keeps a good KDA even despite a loss. But these 2 games here, Twisted Minds seem to have done a good job of not letting him get ahead and keeping him shut down.
Oh, they've been super dominant, and Twisted Minds, it just adds more excitement and hype to the upcoming series tomorrow between OG and Twisted Minds. 2 different iterations of Team Vitality from 2024. OG being the latest iteration of Team Vitality that competed at S3 Invitational, and of course the Team Vitality that was competing at the Mid-Season Invitational 2024, as well as the World Championship last year. And our MVP for the game is CT Boy. I've been saying Catboy. I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong. If I'm wrong calling Catboy, I apologize. You know, we'll figure it out later on. But this guy on the Liempo, I mean, I don't play roam, but if I would play support, I would lock in Liempo, because it looks like this guy is just so damn reliable at being able to find engages, find windows and picks, and even if your team is in a bad spot, you can at least create space with the amount of CC and knockups this guy has in his kit.
City Boy with a beautiful 007 KDA coming out, and that's probably the highest damage taken number I've seen yet. 40% damage taken of him, doing his job as a tank and not going down either.
And it all started in the early game. Just being able to get so much value on this Lampo. I'm surprised he actually never had a death this entire game. I swear I saw CT Boy in danger of dying multiple times in fight. Like right here! The fact that he's able to make it out alive, he knows his limits, he knows how far he can push a fight on this hero before he has to bail. But every health that he is able to extend without dying is so valuable because it is just more time for the rest of your team to execute their game plan, the way that they're fighting out their sides of the skirmish as well. So CT Boy, that is a support that you want to look up to. If you're climbing in solo queue and you're trying to figure out how can I get better as a roamer, look at this guy's VODs. Look at CT Boy, man, the way he's able to pilot this Lampo.
Yeah, no deaths, and he's going headfirst into the action every single time, taking 40% of team damage. As I've mentioned, probably a record here on the broadcast in the West League, and using all of his health effectively, burning all the enemy cooldowns, so when his team goes in, they have nothing left for them, and they clean it up and makes it an easy game.
Yeah, stellar performance from CT Boy on Lampo. And shout out to Twisted Mind once again for knocking out another 2-0 for their overall series score. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it is time for our third series of the day. Stay tuned.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, All efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our third series of the day between next RÜYA, the representatives of Turkey, and Virtus.pro, the representatives of Kazakhstan. Now, both of these teams, Yumus, this might just be our most competitive series of the day.
For sure, our first two matches were fairly one-sided, but now we see teams are a little bit closer here in the seeding next RÜYA and Virtus.pro. They both definitely could take this here. I'm not too sure what happened, but I'm very interested in seeing what next RÜYA picks. They're one of the few teams that picked Han Shin, a unique character. I'm always trying to see some unique characters on here, characters that we see in our regular day-to-day games here. Yeah. I always remember going against Han Shins and they invade my jungle, and I want to see RÜYA play it to perfection.
I sense a little bit of saltiness there. You know, you're not experiencing the fun part of the Han Shin matchup there, Yumus? What's going on?
Not as much. Basically, he just invades my jungle and my team does not help me and flames me from it. Hopefully that does not happen to Virtus.pro. Hopefully it doesn't happen to anyone, actually. I do not wish that upon anyone, but I would like to see it happen today, though.
Does the Yumus gang get on your case about that if you ever died at jungle invades?
Jungle invades? I never died at jungle invades 1v1, but when the entire enemy team swings everyone into my red buff and hides in my bush, I get a little bit heated here, as most people should, okay? If you do not get heated about that, something is up with you.
You know, I feel the same way. If, like, I see 3 people invading me when I'm just doing my blue buff, I quick pan over the entire map. It's like, where's my team? Where's my team? And if they're at least pushing lanes and getting damage on turrets, I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. You know, they gave up lane pressure and my laners might benefit. But I see this a lot. If I see my laners like backing off a minion wave and not pushing when their enemy lane is missing, I'm just like, what are we doing? Come on, guys. I'm getting invaded. I'm getting completely yoinked out of my jungle and we're not putting pressure on the map. You see that? Like, please. You can understand the frustration, but of course we gotta get ready for our third series. Our first team on the blue side, next RÜYA. Check them out.
See the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. 'Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Now, the cool thing about this roster, the representatives of Turkey in next RÜYA, is that they were actually in a qualifier that was the same qualifier to the Season 3 that was as Team Vitality, and eventually lost the spot to Team Vitality, and being able to overperform everyone else's expectations during that qualifier, which is what is kind of, you know, giving everyone a little bit of excitement about this roster, that these guys can be a potential dark horse and do some damage. A lot of the heroes, as you already mentioned, a little bit more creative and different from the other pools of other heroes you moves. I know you already mentioned the Han Shin for jungler and Tix, but some other picks that kind of jump out as well. I think something that we haven't seen in other Clash laners are like the Sun Se.
Yeah, next RÜYA, one of the teams that we've seen the least on broadcast here, so they're a bit of a wild card. We're not too sure of their playstyles yet, and I'm very interested to find out. We've seen them play one game yesterday versus one match versus OG, and in typical OG fashion, they did end that game very rapidly. But now we have a little bit more of an even set here, so I'm interested to see how a drawn-out game plays with them.
Yeah, and I think they had another off-stream series against YikeZ Globant where I think they did eventually drop the series, but it was 2-1. They made it at least somewhat competitive against the Argentinian squad, so they still have plenty of series to play out in the next couple of days. We'll definitely have to see how they're able to perform against their opponents on the red side in Virtus.pro. Get a chance to see their intro video when it was available. We're taking a look down on all the cameras here, checking out all the team members from the Turkey squad.
Yeah, next RÜYA seems to be in great spirits here. All of them equipped with the real me's here and having a bit of banter before the game goes down. Looks like the staff is helping them finish up some technical difficulties potentially here as they get ready for the next game. Coach is there with the team sheet. Oh, that would be really helpful. I should print out one of those so I don't accidentally tell teams to pick something that's already banned or picked prior. For best of sevens, we're gonna need those.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have to keep track of so many heroes, especially in a global pick ban system that we're in for this season. There's just so many heroes that can be taken off the board after a long grueling series that by the time you get to game 5 or game 6, there's like at least 30 heroes that you can no longer play. But for now, we're gonna take a look over at the other team on the red side in Virtus.pro.
And here is Virtus.pro, their opponents here, being led by Red in the mid lane, Alim in the jungle, Prince in the farm lane, GrizzlyQ on Roam, and Sishi on to the Clash lane here. Really enjoyed their performance yesterday. They actually ended up having one of the closest matches against Employ, 2-0. Very, very back and forth. We saw a lot of damage come out. Very excited to see some of Red's picks today. He played some Ganon Mo, he played some Shi, so very interested to see what he picks up for the Bears.
Yeah, and some of the other heroes that this guy has not gotten a chance to lock in, but are some of his favorites. Some things like the Nuwa, which we just got a chance to see in our previous series, but also something like the Zia, which I'm not super familiar with that hero. I know what he looks like. It's like an old man. It kind of looks like he's got the sauce though. Like he's spent, you know, most of his days learning all the wisdom that he could accumulate, but I'm not sure what his skills do. So if we see it busted out in this series, then definitely have to take a look on my second monitor and look through the skills just to familiarize myself with them. But across the board here, when we look at next RÜYA and Virtus.pro and why we're so excited to see this series in particular and why it's going to be probably the most competitive, it's because it's not involving any of the, you know, the top teams, but Virtus.pro and next RÜYA have been having at least shown some competitiveness in the limited series they've had so far in the tournament. Either one of these teams could be, you know, trying to make a break point for that 4th slot, or not necessarily 4th slot, but maybe make a break for the 3rd slot in that top group against YikeZ Globant.
These more middling standing teams games are the ones that are actually the most impactful. We all know that OG with 4 set wins is going to go ahead and lock up Group S here. But these teams, every single win matters. One win can help them tie break over into Group S and be alive and escape the Group A group of death there. As we see NRX going ahead and banning the Diadea, GrizzlyQ's signature pick, and VP with a pretty standard My ban to retaliate.
2. So 2 supports off the back trying to limit Grizzly Q's hero pool. The Arlie, kind of the standard alongside the Mai, as you called out. The next RÜYA might just be going for a classic Dharma blind pick here. Still hovering though, taking their time to talk through all their options, but it is confirmed.
Dharma is likely to not win its lane, usually goes even if not lose, but always having that impact late game ahead or behind with those truth modules. A pretty safe blind pick, all said and done here. But do you want to use your first pick on a safe blind pick when a lot of priority targets like the Long, the Argon are still available?
Ooh, Chano will be making his way to the Gorge once again. This tournament has been picked a few times, and Sakir making another appearance as well. We saw the value of that in our first series of the day.
The obstacles in my path.
Meanwhile, next RÜYA, they're going with the Jing, the assassin jungler for Tix.
One
and
learns
Ryuga
about the world.
is picking up Lady Sun more than likely for Void in the farm lane of choice now. Virtus.pro still have a chance before we get into the second round of bans to lock in a jungler of choice, which seems to be the Hover and
Here
the Call.
comes the bear.
And the Gudo is the choice for a limb.
Interesting drafts from both sides here. NRX and VP seem to be handshaking. Hey guys, let's not ban or pick any of the OP characters here, Long, Argon. We've seen enough of those games. All right, let's just handshake and not remove or pick any of them, it seems. And let's play some fun stuff like the Chano, the Agudo. Chano has been picked a few times, but it's been relatively hit or miss as we see a Hano ban come out from VP. I don't think I've seen a Hano ban yet.
Yeah, that's I looked at that portrait, I was like, who is that? That's not on my bingo sheet at all. But you said Hano? I gotta mark that up real quick, just to keep my data table rolling and accounted for. It's been a struggle to try and keep that up to date while we're live on the broadcast. We'll definitely have to correct all the numbers after our show today. But Gon and Mo, another ban for Virtus.pro. We've seen that one before a few times, at least in the mid lane. And Yixing, another control mage taken off the board. No World is my board either. Wow, a lot of mid lane focus here in this final round of bans.
While I was joking about them handshaking about not picking any of the tier 0 priority picks, it might be true as no Long ban, no Agron ban comes out. We still have we still have a lot of strong picks coming out. Let me take a look at the spreadsheet here. Here we go. Byron is still up. Princess Frost, there we go. There's the Princess Frost locked in. All these strong picks are still on the table. This first game is usually the first match is when all the strongest picks come out because the teams want to get the good characters on the board and get the momentum swinging in their favor. But game 2 might actually be where all the strong picks come out.
There's a beast.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a viable strategy. If you're able to make or find victory in the first game, not relying on the power picks, then it puts even more strain on the enemy team to ban those away from you and not be able to limit you on, another strategy that you actually want to go for. Otherwise, if things like the Auburn, like the Long, go available, then you're really put into a pinch where you're like, oh, I mean, well, what can we ban? What can we actually take away from these guys because they didn't go for any of the power picks in the first round? And Virtus.pro rounding out their composition with the Mayin has been kind of the answer we have seen into the Dharma. Whether it's been successful or not has been totally dependent on the pilot and the execution of the pick overall. But Yumu's getting a look at these final 2 compositions from both sides. What are the power spikes for both of these teams? Where are their strengths and win conditions going to lie?
I would consider these both relatively balanced teams with power curves all throughout the game. Lady Sun probably spiking a little bit earlier than the Channel, but Channel's not too different from them. What is interesting to note is both these compositions are fairly skirmishy, so we should see a fairly bloody game from both of them. A lot of kills going on either side, and as we mentioned prior, they're seated relatively close as well too. So this should be a nice action-packed brawl here.
Oh, well, I love me some action-packed brawl on the board. That is it's what we're all here for. We just want to see hands being thrown every way possible. The macro play, definitely excellent when we get to see it executed at a high level. But you know what? If people are just, slugging and just trying to beat each other down, I'm all for it, baby. As looks like we're getting some word from, not sure if there's going to be a pause going into the first game. But it definitely seems like the players and the teams are not ready to load in. So while we are waiting before we load onto the boards for our first game of the third series here. Just want to get an overall sentiment from you about how the tournament has gone so far. What are your impressions of the teams that have competed? We are halfway through, actually more than halfway through our third day of the Major West League, and overall halfway through the ranking week. What is the first thing that stands out to you?
What stands out is we're still really early in the competition, so we see teams starting to adapt throughout the tournament. We've seen Agron really focused on day one, and teams are slowly trying to figure out ways on how to deal with it. So just in the rankings week, we see teams adapting. So the competition is definitely going to close up and get a lot less one-sided, I think, in the survival week. Once these teams start to get a good feeling for where they're at, who they're against, they have a lot of intel to go ahead and do research on, like what characters are actually winning more, what characters do certain teams play. It seems like the first week, everyone's still kind of just testing their footing, dipping their toes in the water here, picking what they want, seeing what the enemy teams can do. So I can only see the competition heat up from here.
Yeah, and I think as teams are getting more comfortable and figuring out answers to some of the power picks, as you've mentioned before, that's where a lot of the hero pool creativity is starting to reveal itself more. Things like, as you already mentioned, next RÜYA being one of the few teams that pulled out the Hanshin. I don't remember if it necessarily won them the game, but just being able to see different answers, being flexed. This is a very, this game and the pool that it has, it's quite a huge depth. And, the fact that even though someone like myself who's relatively new, been trying to do my due diligence and catching up on a lot of the major picks, every now and then, we're going to be surprised to see a hero that we're not very familiar with. I'm not sure what the common knowledge level for, our audience is, if they are diehard pro esports fans and know like every single hero in the game, or if they're, like me, who's coming in and watching some of the Honor of Kings esports for relatively the first time, or seeing it all unfold and getting into the entire world of it and diving into the action. You see heroes like Kano, I think you called it, being banned for the first time. You're just like, who is he? what does he do? And thankfully we don't have to answer that question right now since it was just a ban, but if that opportunity arises, then it's a learning moment for all like-minded people like that.
Hano is the most frustrating hero in the game. I hope you never get the chance to play against him and know what he does. He is a bruisery mage that throws spears at you, and the spears cannot miss. And then if you think you kill him, he presses his ultimate, goes back in time, and you didn't even do anything to him.
Oh, I think I have played against him before. Because he splits on a side lane, and then you get close to finishing him off, and then suddenly he just blinks, and he's like somewhere back up. Oh my god, I know exactly who you're talking about.
I know.
Oh! I lost the first time I was climbing to Diamond. I lost my promo match from I think it was Plat 1 into Diamond 5, back when I was just first starting my first month of Honor of Kings. I'm just trying to split on Ho Yi, and I'm like, oh, what does this guy do? I got this. He just disappeared. What is this? And I never saw him again. So he was just kind of like a fever dream, but now I know he's real, and that's terrifying.
He's also able to revive towers, so now every time in a video where I mention taking towers is forever, someone will comment, actually, if they have Hano in the game, it is not forever. So thank you, Hano, for that, because I got to reply to all those comments.
Oh my goodness. Well, just to remind everyone at home, this early season of the Major West League is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Our players are also geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up. Get yours now and feel the difference.
Right now, we're leveling up on the Gorge here. First game of our third series of the day between next RÜYA and Virtus.pro. So far, not much scrapping, not much early action here. Both of the farm laners solo, left to their own devices, trying to see if they can maintain control of the Phoenix camp. That is always a big one for farm laners early on, to just get that extra bit of gold injected into their pockets, and a little bit of an advantage there to see if they can play off of item spikes or experience leads, but so far nothing to really be concerned about for either side, as it's a lot of fast rotations between mid laners and roamers, just making sure that no early action really breaks out.
And for our listeners at home that listen and watch while they play, every now and then look up to the screen. We have some codes going all throughout the series here to give you guys some more currency in the game to get yourself some more loot boxes.
Yeah. In fact, if you're not watching through the client and you're watching on one of the platforms, you can always open up the client and get some extra rewards just by watching in the client. I think it's at least 1 minute, just a quick, easy pop-up on the screen, and you get to accumulate rewards that happens every day of the week. Super cool. I love how the esports side of Honor of Kings is integrated neatly into the client. Great thing that other titles should always do, and appreciate that Honor of Kings does it, as we're now 2.5 minutes into this game. Once again, it's been a very calm one so far.
If we are in the client, Rafa, does that mean we're officially canon in Honor of Kings?
Oh, I mean, if we're canon, do we get to choose like which heroes we're canon as?
I guess so. They let you pick a few characters as your signature, right?
All right, well, Yumu's, if you could be a hero in Honor of Kings, who would you be?
Ooh, if I could be one? Okay.
Yeah,
the one I would be and the one that's my favorite is not the same. I would probably be maybe Z Long. He's a nice, young, good-looking chap. You know, everyone likes Z Long.
Yeah, I've definitely played against him a couple times. Not a fan of playing against him, but I can see the appeal. Personally, even though I'm not a good Pei player, I just love Pei. Because if I get to turn into a tiger, oh, dude, that is sick. I like just having that kind of like
swagger about him too.
Yeah, I mean, he like the way he struts. Oh, dude, yeah, Pei is definitely a good chat, and just like there's something about being able to morph into tiger. Oh, that's just such a cool ability. But once again, it has been nearly 4 minutes. Tyrant and Overlord spawning in the next few seconds here. Still no really strong skirmishes coming out from either side. It's been a relatively slow game, but maybe the first fight will emerge here as Demon is trying to fight for some vision control in the river, gets dumped on, loses about more than 50% of his HP, and Virtus.pro trying to leash the Tyrant.
This is the most passive game we've seen yet, and it's in large part probably due to the roam picks here. Usually when you see these melee, bruisery roam picks, they don't really provide too much action until they get their ultimates, especially Zhang Fei here, which is very ultimate side in here. He usually only joins fights with his ultimate. They have Smite as well too, so they're just going around cleaning up some jungle monsters. Probably the most passive and chill game we had today.
Yeah. I think it just goes to show that Virtus.pro and RÜYA are in the camp of we do not want to mess up and give an advantage over to the other side at, you know, as many times as possible. But clean play so far from Virtus.pro, being able to secure the first Tyrant of the game, and when RÜYA committed for the red buff on the top side, they slammed multiple members on the bot side, being able to take the first tier turret of the game.
Extremely early Blood Rage coming out for Lim here, being able to have that active on at 5 minutes now. He probably gets 1 or 2 uses before any enemies get to use their actives here, and Saker gets chopped up by the Jing.
Yeah, Grizzly Q just walking a little too far forward in that choke point, and RÜYA do not waste a moment to be able to pick off this support. Grizzly Q didn't even have a chance to flash just because the CC chain was so long.
While they are up a kill, Gold is, even if not, gonna go over to VP side here, as they've done a little bit better objective control and taking 2 towers now here on the side of VP.
Yeah, the funny thing is that even though RÜYA found the first kill, it's overall been a stronger objective control game from the side of Virtus.pro. Now, to RÜYA's credit, they were able to climb the bottom tier 1 turret. Big pick right onto Grizzly Q once again. Man, he has been the sacrificial lamb for Virtus.pro so far. And a limb on the Agudo as at least able to create a lot of space in their own jungle, chunking out a ticks on the Jing, forcing them away, but at least is able to still walk away taking a KO.
Atix is just so mobile there, jumping in and out of the fight, constantly resetting tower aggro and barely escaping with a sliver here. For characters like Agudo, there's not much you can really do about that. You can't really chase them down. You just got to accept the fact that they're going to beat you in the mobility camp, and we're going to see VP try to play around their team more and hold their ground instead of chase and hunt for kills.
Yeah, Lim getting some info on that bottom line rush there, but NRX were waiting on the top line rush, which YikeZGG finds, and Agudo sends in the giant panda to chase after Ryuga. That panda, not going to get that far though, is recalled back over to a Lim, but Virtus.pro, even though they don't find any kills, they're just making use of pressure whenever they can. Oh! Man, YikeZGG is definitely not having the greatest and funnest time on the Gorge so far. Seems like everyone on NRX is out to get him.
NRX just finds these windows where he's rotating and just catches him off, and Saker, not being able to respond to it immediately, gets chopped up, not getting that time to fly away into the bush, as Jing just deletes him instantly.
Yeah. NRX doing a good job of being able to note when YikeZGG's flash was off cooldown, was still the case there. Now they're forcing down the Overlord. Atix secures it, and now they fly over on the other side of the wall, trying to force some pressure back into the jungle. But now, might have gone a little too far. Demon able to leap back over that Overlord wall. Gets the escape
this
out.
This has to be an extremely frustrating game here for VP, as every time they're so close to taking down a member of NRX, they escape with a sliver of health there. Right there, it looked like Demon was caught, and then he gets his skill 2 up and jumps to the wall and escapes once again.
Ooh, Atix was lying in wait, looks for the trap, but not the rest of his team was really available to collapse right away. Virtus.pro have the numbers advantage, immediately destroy Atix and take out the tier 1 turret on the top side of the map.
Just like that, NRX's lead is completely wiped here. That must have been satisfying, finally swatting the bug that was a Tix in VP's jungle, and they're catching up, using that momentum to go ahead and get a kill and take some jungle. I really like how VP ended up playing this. Not only did they just get a kill, they convert that kill into a tower, into some jungle, and if NRX has been doing that the whole game, they would be up a lot more gold now.
Yeah, if there had not been nearly as many picks that NRX have been able to find, then VP would have a bigger gold lead at this point. The fact that it's just the strength of their objective control that has allowed them to shore up that gold deficit and at least go even for now is what is making it competitive. Now VP still have the tools available. I got a little scared for YikeZGG. We saw how many times NRX have been able to pick him off this game, but at least this time he has the safety of his mid laner to back him up.
He's probably gonna be a little bit more timid now after a few of those pickoffs here. But as I was mentioning yesterday, gold in this game is not really earned via kills, and we see that here as NRX is 3-1 and they're actually down gold. It's what you do after the kill. You get the kill, use it to transition into the enemy jungle, take their farm, take towers. That's where the money is. If you just get a kill and back off, you're not gonna really get much.
Yeah, kills have to be the segue into the objective gain if you want to actually create those leads, and that is, even though Virtus.pro, only 1 kill to the name, they've been at least able to trade in objective pressure whenever NRX are able to find these picks. Now on the top side, they are splitting, using a Tix on the Jing, at least able to find the tier 2 turret, get some gold back for themselves, and committing enough members to the bottom side to make sure that they do not lose their own tier 2 tower thanks to Virtus.pro pushing. Meanwhile, another pick, but this time Red is the victim, as they were just trying to rotate back to the mid lane, but not realizing where Void was on the Karma. Is now a full-on dive happening under the mid tier 1. Void able to find the first one onto YikeZGG, committing forward and looking for Chano in the back. Prince staying alive, able to find one back on the Demon, but Void on the Truth launcher. The Dharma is just laying down the damage and the pain, being able to gobsmack everyone on Virtus.pro.
NRX is doing a great job of catching VP in their rotations. Every support's nightmare is you walk into a bush and you get hit by a truth launcher into a wall and die immediately there. Red and YikeZGG both get caught out. Everyone on the side of VP getting caught out in the rotation. While it is good to rotate and move around the map, you gotta make sure you do it safely. Check the bushes. Don't face check. If you face check, Dharma will find you.
Yeah. The name of the game, if we could summarize the past 11 minutes so far, Yumus. Virtus.pro, it's been a game of objective control, and for next RÜYA, it's been a game of traps and picks.
An interesting note here is you see GrizzlyQ, his equipment choice actually is a shield item that allows him to do a group shield on his team. And one of the support item options is something that goes ahead and gets vision and an AoE. Maybe perhaps if he gotten something like that, he would have been able to avoid all these catches.
Has been defeated.
Overlord's short. Rest of VP now trying to make use of this buff that they acquired for themselves. Sending a Shadow Vanguard on the bottom side of the map while they continue the pressure on the top side. Taking out the tier 2 tower. It's still keeping them in the game and competitive. They're only down 1,000 gold, just barely under. And for Virtus.pro, even though it was a big play by NRX being able to catch them on that mid lane rotation. Oh, it happened again, Yumus! They found another pick, another trap sprung, and VP are caught sleeping.
They keep face checking NRX, and it's because they don't have great vision control there. When you go ahead and choose for the more combat stats that those shields give you, it ends up sometimes you go ahead and face check the wrong bush. Whereas Demon with the Zhongfei on the side of NRX is opting to use that equipment to scout and get vision so that his team does not go ahead and meet their demise like GrizzlyQ.
Yeah, and it's these traps that are allowing NRX to still stay in the game. We've noted before that when Virtus.pro, if they were not giving up these kills, they would have been ahead, just off of the strength of how many turrets they've been able to take, how many objectives they were able to secure for themselves. But now that NRX are able to actually snowball these picks into more meaningful control of the map, now they find themselves with a massive gold lead of 3,000 in 12 minutes.
Yeah, this is not looking good for VP as NRX slowly goes in and pushes into their base. I will have to make a note, the channel is at a really big spike here. Shadow, Ripper, Eternity Blade, and Daybreaker. Every marksman's dream 3-item core. He's extremely strong right now, and probably stronger than Knight on the Lady Sun if he does not get assassinated.
VP have to be so much more careful when making these rotations, and this time, they get the trap on the Void. Big shutdown going over to Virtus.pro. Remember, strength in numbers for them, and because of the map pressure from the Vanguards, not all of NRX could have been there to bail Void out.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you there. Void tries to do the same play and catch out GrizzlyQ here, but he was surrounded by his team this time. He was ready for it, and Void ends up being the one that goes down.
Continuing the siege in the mid lane, the tier 2
has destroyed a
shall fall. Virtus.pro continuing the pressure, not letting the early gold deficit cause them any harm to their morale. Maintaining the pressure, maybe a little far overextended here. They're trying to escape. Oh, what a great truth mantra by Void! Jumps into the backline and slams them into the open arms of NRX, and now they're going to continue the chase. Shisu able to at least equalize some of the kills back, but now is forced to retreat.
It was actually Demon's amazing ultimate there, actually breaking the formation of VP. They weren't sure to go left or to go right, and he ends up hitting 2 or 3 of them there, which juggled them long enough for Void to get in position and hit that beautiful truth mantra.
That was, if I had to describe a word for it, Yumas, it was sexy. Sexy.
That was
nice stuff.
Juicy.
Yeah, juicy, tasty. Oh, and this is what you were talking about. Jing just flying all over in that circle with the ultimate. That is bonkers. Dude, some of these hero ultimates are just so wild, but it's so cool to watch. Meanwhile, right on the top side, Shisu tried to tangle with Void's Dharma and did not win that one.
This is such a back and forth game. 1 second NRX is ahead, 1 second VP is ahead. They're pushing their base. Tempo is very important in this game. And gold aside, if you can get the tempo advantage and go ahead and push into enemy base, VP actually almost ended up getting the bottom high ground tower for NRX. They were a bit conservative. I saw Prince on the channel with a skill 1 auto almost take down the tower to half, but they were very conservative about it. They didn't want to overextend, and maybe they should have gave it a little bit more gas, because having that lane spawning elite minions would alleviate all these minions going into their own bot lane.
Yeah, at least Virtus.pro can just focus all their efforts on the top side of the map, which is where the objective control really needs to be in terms of focus, since now we're in the later stages of the game where securing these overlords really do matter so much more in creating those windows of taking out high ground turrets and just constantly putting your opponent on the back foot. But because they lost the high ground turret in the mid lane, they're always going to have someone needing to be on wave clear duty to catch these waves. And if we've learned anything about next RÜYA, that is where they can spring the traps. They wait for members to be isolated, and they just immediately pounce.
They're doing a great job of setting up these ambushes here as we're getting late in the game. 16 minutes. We see Sanctuary here on Addix here, so that means he's full build.
Red, unfortunately, could not escape the ambush fast enough. Next RÜYA creating that numbers advantage so easily. Now 5-4. VP backs against the wall as they have to deal with the super in the mid lane. High ground tower gonna easily go down on the bot side, and this is where everything is just going to collapse for Virtus.pro. This is where they're really going to have to stand tall and see if they can withstand, but their endurance is running out, their time is running out, and RX through 16 minutes of back and forth gameplay will take the first match.
NRX in that game did such a great job of picking off the supportive characters on the side of VP there. The Saker going down a bunch of times in the rotation, the Yuan. So every time there was a fight that broke out, they didn't have that sustain, that utility to help them out, because the supports were the first ones dying.
All of those picks eventually were able to create that window for NRX to stay in the game and continue to find that snowball, even though early on it didn't seem like it was mattering that much, and it was okay for Virtus.pro to drop a kill here, drop a kill there. It was only on their support, so it's not like any of their major carries are getting delayed in their snowballs and their gold acceleration, but you're still giving gold, you're still giving tempo over to next RÜYA to be able to stall the game long enough for their own spikes to come in. And I mean, if there's one person that I'm looking at who really made a big advantage of it, it was Void on the Dharma. Just being able to find those picks and traps and collapses, and a lot of those CC setups were so punishing on the side of Virtus.pro.
It was very patient, stayed in all the bushes, and it just goes to show that patience pays, as lots of supports ran into his shop there, gave him truth mantras into the wall. I would like to see VP play a little bit of a stronger vision game into this next game here, prioritize these items that give them that vision so stuff like that does not happen. There's no reason for so many people to be getting caught in these roams here.
Yeah, and I think Virtus.pro are going to take that lesson heavy-handed going into the second game, because for the most part Virtus.pro were extremely competitive for next RÜYA. They were still maintaining a majority of the objective control. They got the first 2 overlords for themselves. They got the first tyrant for themselves. They were getting more of the turrets on the gorge. So there's no reason that Virtus.pro should take away from this game thinking, guys, we're cooked. They should even be more pumped up and saying, like, this is where we're, falling behind. This is where we can optimize and, improve our gameplay if we're just a little bit more careful about, where these picks could be happening, and using maybe skills or finding ways to safely check these bushes for these traps. We can avoid the deficit and the ways that NRX were able to stay in the game.
Yeah, Grizzly Q, one of the most impactful supports usually, but now this game, it seems like they spend a lot of focus on, maybe a little bit tilted as they caught him multiple times here. Couldn't really do much on the Saker, unfortunately going down 6 times here. NRX's first few kills didn't really amount to much. I was making a note of in the games, as kills are not worth that much, and VP taking 1 kill actually ended up getting a lead on NRX, but after that NRX started getting more of these kills deeper into VP's base. The death timers were getting longer and longer, and therefore was able to convert into towers and jungle.
Yeah, because you could see for the first, 10 or so minutes of the game, it was still fairly competitive. The gold lead was slightly swinging up, slightly swinging down on both sides of the map before eventually, it takes one super huge late game pick that really swings the game wide open. And if you're just not careful at that point, then I don't know what to expect, other than you're going to get insanely punished. And next RÜYA just being very precise and being very what's the word I want to use, the opposite of hesitant, just not wasting a moment in making those picks happen, and they're rewarded for it.
For sure, yeah. VP giving up some of these random deaths early game. It's all right, you know, you're on cooldown for 6 seconds, but if you get picked off at 15-minute mark, you're gonna go ahead and be out for 40 seconds of the game.
Yeah, and we highlighted it a little bit. We had our feelings of who was going to pick up MVP, and we were correct. Void on the Dharma, just making such great usage of his ultimate and his timings and his windows on the map, and really creating those opportunities for NRX to not only stay in the game, but eventually win the game.
I know Dharma is a monk, but he felt like a ninja that game, hiding in all the bushes, waiting for the supports on the side of VP to walk up to him. He did get caught one time, though, at the end. And he's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to stop doing that now. I got away with it 7 times in a row. You know what? Maybe I should have went for the 8th time, where VP went ahead and collapsed on him and 5v1 him there. But after that, he returned back to classic Dharma gaming here and started team fighting with Steam.
Yeah, and because he was setting up so many traps, specifically in, you know, places in the jungle and the brushes, there's so much terrain, there's so much walls that you get so much value of being able to spring the Truth Mantra and slamming opponents into, you know, creating more seconds of CC, so that you have less time to actually get out and escape, and just being really cognizant of where everyone was. That was the best play of the game. Oh my goodness.
That was amazing.
I geek out every time I see that, man. You know what? For the rest of the replay montage, I know we're going to see other highlights, but if somehow our production team for the end of the day could just replay that specific fight like 5 times, whoop, my day would be made.
Absolutely perfect synergy there with the Zhongfei ultimate landing onto 3, juggling them in the air, giving time for Void to go ahead and catch up and land those Truth Mantras, shooting them all the way into the jungle wall there, and just instantly erasing the side of VP.
Yeah, well, VP, they had their match made for them, but we still are confident that they have the ability to at least match up to next RÜYA's gameplay and their style. We're going to see how the series continues to unfold. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it'll be game 2 of the series.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely fuck this one, crashing pieces you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory. Say. I'm drinking my soda. Follow my pace. We the champions, screaming I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the party's time waiting. Go, live and rock and we go.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing some.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 of our third series of the day between Next RÜYA and Virtus.pro. Now, the first game, the way it evolved out, it was honestly our most competitive game of the day so far, and one that we expected to be a little bit more back and forth in our prior 2 series and our last series of the day, Yumus, and it was really cool. I just have to say, it was really cool to see how different the play styles were and what the executions and the win conditions for both Next RÜYA's comp and the side of Virtus.pro's composition, because Virtus.pro playing a stronger objective game, and RX so decisive, so precise with their picks and their traps, it kept them competitive and eventually gave them the win.
Probably the best picks we've seen all tournament. Felt like NRX played that composition really well. All these picks, they got multiple picks in a row. I was mentioning earlier, he got like 8 picks in a row against VP here. VP definitely gonna have to step up their vision game, not let that happen anymore. But thanks to the global pick ban format, they're not able to get the Dharma again. So I doubt they will go for the same style of lineup now.
Can you transfer the execution play style of what we saw from Next RÜYA onto another lineup of heroes? I would not be able to answer that question. Maybe we'll get a chance to see it pulled out. Oh, look at that. The coach is hyping up Next RÜYA right now. It's like, hey guys, come
firing them up.
We're 1 up on the series. Let's just get another solid, I'll help you get another solid draft here, and then let's just get another solid game plan, and we'll just call it an early 2-0 dub here.
Yeah, 1-0, send them home here. A little bit of back and forth between the coaches and the staff. It looks like maybe a little bit more time is going to be taken here. There's the Realme 14 here being used by one of the players here. Wow, those are some big cameras.
Those are some big cameras. Those are some nice phones, too. You think we could maybe swing like a request to get some of those Realme phones ourselves, too? Then
I feel like casters should get a few, you know what I'm saying, just so that we know what we're shouting out, right?
Yeah, we can shout out the specific specs and give, you know, testimonials and be like, oh yeah, like the cool thing about Realme is that the graphics driver is so darn good that I can play Honor of Kings on like full resolution, full high specs, 120 FPS. You know, just saying. I know production is listening, you know, and we probably won't get a chance to use those phones, but you know, if you know, I'm putting my 2 fingers together. I'm throwing out the pleading face emoji. You know, it's like, hey, you know, it would be nice. Be nice. We totally live it up for you. But heading into the draft for game 2 of the series between Virtus.pro and NRX, already some typical bans here. On the red side, the Dharma being thrown out. And I think it's the Mayim that was banned by Virtus.pro.
Yes, it is.
All right. Keeping my hero knowledge up to date. Guan Yu, I recognize that face. Sometimes when the colors go away, it can be hard to discern, but no one's got Guan Yu's majestic, you know, head dress and beard combo, or what is that called? It's not a helmet. It looks like a helmet, but is it a turban? I'm not sure.
It might be a helmet.
Okay, well, okay, it's a sick helmet and a sick beard, and that's what makes me think of Guan Yu, especially when it's the green colors. Anyway, NRX finishing off their ban phase with the Diadea, as we now head into Virtus.pro's first hero selection. A lot of, as you called out before, Yumus, in the first game, not a lot of power picks were actually taken off the board in terms of draft between the 2 teams. So things like the Augur, things like, I think the Arlie actually made it through the draft phase for once.
I think it did too, yeah.
Common.
But let's see if the teams break the handshake to go ahead and pick. And yeah, handshake is broken as Arlie gets locked in here on the side of VP. I have to imagine it's locked in. It is locked in here. I just want to make a note of the Dharma ban for NRX. They just gave VP a master class on how to Dharma, and they don't want them to use that information as they go ahead and ban it out as their first ban. And we forgot about Mai. The handshakes are off. They're like, okay, you guys pick Arlie. Okay, fine. We'll get the Mai now. All right, deal's off. No more pan punches.
Yep. Chano locked in for Void. Gonna see what he can do on the Wolf Rider here. and the power picks continue to roll on in. We have to wait and see if that was confirmed for a limb, but more than likely, at this rate, an Ogren paired with a strong control mage like the Yixing, and now the very mobile and very slippery farm laner for Prince in the Arlie. That is the core for this Virtus.pro composition.
The deal is so off as we see all these tier 0 picks go ahead and getting locked in here for the side of VP. Is it too little, too late? We don't know. They're down 0-1, but they could easily use these picks to transition into victory.
Luna secured for NRX. That will be Atix's jungler of choice. Second round of bans. Here we go. Wanting NRX looking at some support heroes to take off the board. Liang, the first one of the trade. Virtus.pro also recognizing that NRX don't have any supports of their own, so they're going to take away the Liang Po. A couple more bans available for both teams.
NRX potentially being afraid of Liang after the lesson that OG taught him with it yesterday. So they're removing that. We don't see many other teams play Liang, but just in case they're taking it out, they don't want anyone to be able to lock down their Luna and all these melee assassin style characters really hate being shut down by the Liang's no play button, I like to call it, in that ultimate.
Yeah, and a good call out from NRX. No Dahlia for the side of VP. I think if I was NRX, I would hate to see double Autumn Storm, double World is my board, double Conductor of Souls. Those are all very powerful ultimates that Virtus.pro could easily double up on. Motsu, the last hero banned by Virtus.pro, and NRX have actually yet to lock in a Clash laner, and a familiar face is going to show up here in the draft. We haven't seen this guy in a while since he has been seemingly locked in almost every chance possible in a majority of situations for blind, but Byron getting picked up here for Knight.
Now, we were mentioning that Void might not do the same similar catch style play, but Byron's one of those characters that can actually do that. If he sets up in a bush with his passive charged up and hits you with a full combo, it is very similar to a Truth Mantra into the wall. So I'm excited to see if he can get any similar plays going this game, or will VP shore up that weakness there and go ahead and not get caught so often?
Wait a minute. I am just realizing now that Void is playing farm lane. He was just playing Clash lane in the first game. What?
A beautiful
Void? What? I think the graphics might be wrong, but I think Void is on Clash lane for NRX.
Okay. All right. Just making sure I'm not, seeing deja vu or anything or something. We'll find out when we get into the game, I guess, but we at least saw the Void in, oh my goodness. Okay, a lot of exciting heroes here, Yumus. I already know. Spill me the knowledge. Show me what's up.
Oh, it is Knight on Byron here. Okay, that's confusing me now too here. But they pick up, I cannot say his name, but I like to call him Whale Guy there. One of my favorite supports, actually. Zhuangzi. Yeah, a pocket pick of mine here. He has the amazing ultimate to be able to give his entire team a shield and cleanse all their CC. So as we see in last game, the Zhongfei being able to stun up 3 people, that's not going to be very possible if my friend Whale Guy here is at the helm.
We're just going to call him Whale Guy for the rest of the cats here on the game. You know what? I respect it. Yuma's gang, is Yuma's correct in just calling him Whale Guy? Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you don't agree.
I think he would be okay with it, because that's one of the most chill characters. His personality is so chill. He's just riding around on a whale, supporting his team. That's the first time we've seen it too. I don't think that character has much presence, but it is a amazing counter picks in the right setup, and I think this is a pretty solid time being able to cleanse the CC from the Zhongfei ultimate, even the push from Arlie here, and the boat from Sun Tzu. Not going to be able to get them out of the board, but maybe empowering teammates to have enough durability to survive and fight through it.
Look at that. Void is confirmed in the farm lane this time around. Man, I don't even remember who was in the farm lane for NRX in the first game. Like, I don't know if it was Knight or if they had one of their subs. I'm looking. Like, technically on their roster sheet, their sub Bobnet is listed, but as a roamer. So Are NRX just flexing rolls just like that? They're nice with it just like that? I guess so.
Rafa, one of my biggest nightmares has occurred. He is not on the skin where it is a whale, and he's on like a flying mountain. So he might now be the mountain guy.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Yumus. I know how excited you were to see Whale Guy, you know, surfing on the gorge, but instead he is gonna be a mountain, trying to move mountains here as NRX getting super aggressive in the bottom side map, whereas it looks like RÜYA was chunked out heavily, manages to survive.
Ooh, nice pull in there.
Pressure here from GrizzlyQ, pushing them back on the Zhongfei. A Tix super low, trying to take this last camp, but GrizzlyQ is going to still force him out. Looks like a Tix was able to secure it with the smite, but now Virtus.pro taking this opportunity, knowing that a Tix is too low to contest his own jungle, will look to counter jungle some of these camps away.
It seems like GrizzlyQ has got his mental refreshed and ready. This is more of the GrizzlyQ I know, one of the most aggressive support players going into the enemy jungle, fighting them for their farm. This time, going to heal. So as you see, different Zhongfei players prefer different stuff. Here, GrizzlyQ opting to take the heal for a bit more utility in a fight, being able to heal up their allies, whereas some choose to go to smite for the objective control and early game invades.
Phoenix camp secured. Meanwhile, we were in the day phase for a quick few seconds there. Everyone was moving super fast, and GrizzlyQ was ready to throw down some hands on the Zhongfei. Not level 4 yet, so no access to the monkey form with the Unbridled Assault. NRX still keeping their cool, still keeping their composure. We didn't get a chance to talk about power spikes and where the compositions feel really strong. I know from previous games, Mai being an assassin that would prefer to scale against some items under her belt or looking for them. Is it kind of the same story for the rest of NRX?
So NRX, actually no. Byron is one of the strongest early game picks. You might consider him a lane bully here. He basically falls off late game and churns into nothing but a tank, but we see Sunseed with an amazing set sail here, and a limb gets taken out, actually, unfortunately. But I was going to your point earlier,
Yeah, Virtus.pro getting a little too aggressive in the jungle, punished by NRX there. They continue to make the rotations across the map, a minute away before Tyrant and Overlord spawn.
All right, we have some breathing room here. I'll continue what I was mentioning earlier. Byron, one of the best lane bullies, kind of falls off a bit here. So maybe leveraging the power of Byron early game to give Mai some time to scale up and get some items. Luna, also one of those characters that once it has a few items in it, gets kind of crazy. Chano, pretty standard power curve there. Nothing too outrageous there. And Demon usually is a supportive character helping out, round out these fights at any point in the game.
Now is the time.
Well, if NRX are able to at least leverage the power of Knight's early lane phase to give them first collapse on any of the fights and skirmishes topside, that's where a lot of those advantages are going to come from. And just buying time for the rest of the composition to come to the line as Mountain Guy, a demon, making his way through the river. There was a little bit of a skirmish in that bottom side jungle. RÜYA just getting out before things got a little too hectic there. Tyrant World is my board, construes the movement of a lot of members here, and a Lens secures in on the Ogren, but a Tix continuing the chase, finds Red, looking for more. A Tix going crazy on the Luna, but still gets executed thanks to the Seer State passive on a Limbs Ogren. Now they have to give up space and control on the bottom side quadrant, at least being able to trade 1 kill for 1 kill and securing the Tyrant.
You can really feel Atix's bloodthirsty nature there, diving in 1v3, unfortunately going down, but he wanted to keep going, getting more there as we see VP side getting lower and lower. Gold-wise, pretty even this game here, as NRX seemed to have a pretty similar early game to VP where they controlled the map and got more objectives.
And yeah, as you called it out, Knight, because he has that first priority on the Byron, using the early game strength. He's rotating with the rest of the map, leveraging that map pressure to at least create these turret objective advantages, where the first turret of the game knocked down on the bottom side, and that pressure is now giving them the window to go for the first Overlord of the game. As you called out, it's not the most impactful one, not the ones you get when it's upgraded to Shadow form and you get that empowered Vanguard in one lane of your choosing. And now NRX, 3 men dedicated to the top side, Tix taking up mid lane, whereas 2 men Virtus.pro on the bot side of the map.
Now, Mai has been picked a few times to kind of shy success, but this is one of those games where I see Mai being able to come in and build up some items while their team goes in and carries them early game. And later on, you're going to see the true power of Mai once he gets all those items and gets these flashy combos off on the enemy team, hopefully.
RÜYA. Will he live up to the Mai Shurnoi potential of this hero?
Red team
Demon
has
getting
destroyed
slightly deterred in the roams on the top side, but creates enough space. Power of the Overlord Vanguards plus the pressure in the mid lane successfully destroys the first tier 1 turret in the mid lane. And NRX, once again, they're back to their ways, looking for traps.
For sure. Look at Knight just prowling in that bush here. I'm really impressed with how NRX has played so far here. Some people would say VP is probably the favorite, but it does not look like it when you watch the gameplay.
Yeah, next RÜYA has definitely been impressive in the way that they are patient and lying in the shadows. How they can deceive Virtus.pro and see if they can look for these quick picks. Red forced to flash away as Atix was looking for the kill. Forces him away from the safety of the mid lane.
I think once Red goes in and gets some anti-heal, we should see some good team fights inside of VP. A lot of the members on NRX, actually, their core builds have a lot of lifesteal in them. So, the lifesteal on the side of Addix and RÜYA on top of the heal from Demon. Once we get the anti-heal spread late game from Red, they should be able to win some team fights. But until then, it's going to be relatively hard to fight these highly mobile bruiser, assassin-type characters in the early game.
Lead still ahead for next RÜYA, although it is small, 2,000 gold. Still playable for the side of Virtus.pro as they are just clinging on to whatever resources they can safely accrue for themselves. Remember, a lot of scaling power on the side of Ogren, the Harley, and the Yixing. But Virtus.pro, as we learned from the first game, Yumus, they have to be careful about how safely they are taking these resources because NRX are just loving the way that they can set up these traps in the jungle.
Yeah, while NRX is up 2,000 gold, I would rather say what's more important is they're up 4 towers. Being able to open up the map, get good vision, and able to extend that gold lead even more now as you see they easily go ahead and safely take VP's jungle with all this vision. Luna just absolutely dancing around the fight there, resetting all her abilities. One of the most mechanical characters there.
Luna looks fun. I might have to try this one out too. I love playing jungle heroes. Meanwhile, Atix getting a jump onto a limb, keeping distance and space here. World is my board keeps him locked in, and looks like Atix went a little too far. And when Virtus.pro are able to fight as 5, they are strong and able to withstand the pressure that NRX tried to put on them. Demon, no, Mountain Guy falls too. A disaster for Yumu's fan base as Virtus.pro able to find themselves a couple kills and a way to stall out the game.
NRX really trying to brute force that fight, not in vain of how they've been playing recently, where they've been looking for catches and ambushes in the jungle. It kind of felt like they tried to brute force it. They walked into the jungle, took them out in a flat-out fight within Red's board, and that did not end up going favorably for them.
Yeah, and now Knight, even though we know how strong the Byron can be early on, starting to feel the pressure where he can't necessarily lane against multiple people in his lane. He's just doing what he can to concede objectives gracefully, not give up any random deaths that were happening in the first game from Virtus.pro's side. For NRX's sake, they're still ahead in gold with VP. If they find another successful fight where they're able to fight on their terms, in their ways, where they're executing front to back, like this composition is built to, then it could be disaster for NRX. But as we say that, potential skirmish on the top side, a limb was in danger. They're able to make it away alongside Shisu, but that opens up the Tyrant being secured by Atix and Knight on the bottom side, whereas NRX continue to hold their ground on the top river.
Interesting itemization here coming out from the Sunset here with a Frigid Charge. I don't know if that's my first option if I know the enemy team has Demon, able to cleanse any CC available here and itemizing into an item that only CCs.
no! Wins a little too far forward. I know the Parasol game can be slippery, but still, NRX have enough damage to back it up, and Shisu gets a little too far forward as well. Sensei falling. That's one of the frontline members gone, and look how deep Knight is into the base. He doesn't care. He's creating space for the rest of NRX to just brute force their way through the high ground turret, take another 4 members, and it's just over. Just like that, NRX sweep the series against Virtus.pro.
Wow, just to convert one pick into a full-out fight there, as you can see, is amazing. They actually clean up the game from that. I was not expecting it to go down that quickly. Using the ultimate there to shield everyone up, getting 2 rotations of it, making sure that they all 5-man death ball. I'll consider that more of a death ball composition near the end there, where they push that tower down and winning that fight.
It is just baffling how fast that game ended. It seemed like Virtus.pro had a stronger foothold in the game, that they had some ways to stall it out even further, especially off of the advantageous 5-on-5 they found in their bot side jungle. But then the skirmish goes horribly wrong for them. They are not able to actually withstand all of the burst damage that occurred from the side of NRX. And then it seems like it was a case of one by one, people overestimating how far they can stay in the fight, and then it just goes from, what could have been, oh, okay, we lost one member, we can all back off, and then suddenly the sunken cost fallacy is like, well, I'm already in this fight, I'm trying to buy time for everyone else to get out, but then, everyone seems like they have the same mentality, and they just cannot escape. And NRX, they say, well, this is our window, guys, it's time to finish the game, and yeah, that's the sweep.
It was looking really good for VP, actually, when they gone ahead and caught him in their jungle when NRX overextended and lost a few members. But then it seems like it was a fluke, because NRX did the same play again, but this time wiped them and got into their base.
Yeah, just stunned. I'm stun locked, Yumus.
That was an abrupt end. It went from probably a high ground tower to VP overstaying and accidentally committing more of these members. As you mentioned, the sunk cost fallacy. They try to save each other, and when everyone tries to save each other and no one ends up getting saved, you lose all your members and the base.
Yeah, that's always an oopsie when it happens. And for the fans of Virtus.pro watching, definitely a bummer. Well, for the side of NRX, coming out huge against the representatives of Kazakhstan and for Turkey, they're definitely eating good tonight, being able to see their representing team do such a fantastic job in both of these games. And, like we said, we still felt like this was the most competitive series we have seen of the day. But the fact that NRX are able to just find these windows and completely dismantle the lead, or any means of Virtus.pro having a window back into the game, it gives me a lot of hope in seeing what next RÜYA can do to see if they can actually make a push for that 3rd seed. Granted, I think it's going to be tricky because they already played against, if I'm not mistaken, YikeZ Globant, and they lost the series 1-2. So obviously, having the head-to-head score on the opponent that you feel like you would be the most competitive with for that 3rd seed that allows you to go straight into the upper group puts you at a deficit. But who knows, if YikeZ Globant somehow drop a series against another team, it could be big for the side of next RÜYA. And all you can do as next RÜYA is just continue to put up the numbers whenever you can against the rest of the teams in the league.
Yeah, as we mentioned prior, these more middling teams, when they go against each other, the wins really matter because they're not really fighting for first place anymore. OG kind of has that lockdown with Twisted Minds, right? But you want to go ahead and sneak in and steal that 3rd spot. So all these wins really matter for tiebreakers and such. Even if you lose, being able to get a win will help you out in the tiebreaker here. As we see Void with the MVP on channel. Yeah, they did. Did they switch roles? Because I remember he was on, so he's just like stealing MVPs no matter what role he plays. He's getting MVPs
crazy.
On all of them. 30% damage dealt.
First game he says, yeah, give me the Dharma, I'll make the picks, I'll make the plays happen. And then second game he goes back to at least what it says on our sheet here, his original scheduled role in farm lane, and says, yeah, it's time for me to beast mode on the channel. And you know what? I respect it. I was not familiar with your game, Void, but now I am, and I will be familiar with it for the rest of the tournament as we take a look at all the highlights from the second game.
Boy just going for side quests at this point, trying to get MVP on all roles while playing in the West League here. I love to see it. Here's the fight that VP gone ahead and looked like they were turning the game back here as they catch Addicts going too deep. This looked really good for the side of VP here, closing back up that gold lead. But somehow, when the same fight happened again, they ended up getting wiped.
Yeah, it all started with a pick on the Prince here, and it seemed like at that point, VP were just trying to find ways to get back in. You saw that Shisu was at least looking for a trade on the Demon, but then right here, they're trying to protect this high ground turf from going down and just overestimating how much they could actually endure in the safety of their own base. At that point in the game, it's no longer the safe haven you might think it is, especially when you're down numbers like that. And unfortunately for Virtus.pro, they got punked by the side of next RÜYA, but you know, props to them for being able to close the game out in an unexpected fashion.
I think the problem there was they ended up going ahead and fighting without their ultimate. Zhongfei didn't have his ultimate, Red didn't have his board to trap the enemies to either aggress or disengage. But alright, that's the time for now. We're gonna have to go ahead and go into break as we get into our last series.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one make us.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final series of the day between Movistar Koi and OG. And before y'all tune on and go, oh man, this is going to be a slaughter, you know what? You're probably right. You know, I'm sorry for any of the MKoi fans that their boys are not looking too hot right now. They have lost 4 series so far. They got 1 game dub overall in game score against Virtus.pro, but still, Movistar Koi at this point, they no longer have a chance to get into the S group that will escape Survival Week. They are more than likely at this point, I think, guaranteed to have to play through Survival Week next week. So playing against some of the big tournament favorites like OG, this is just a chance to get as much experience as you can and try to, you know, see what it's like to play against, you know, really strong macro teams. Because it's not just the mechanics that OG are beast mode at. They're just so good at making rotations and understanding where to pressure at the map at all points in the game.
While I'm sure their mechanics are great from OG's side, it's that overwhelming macro that they hit you with. You just can't breathe, it feels like, when you're playing games. They're everywhere at the same time. You don't even know how they could even get there. No bias, this is the strongest team versus the weakest team ranking and statistic-wise. So like Rafa mentioned, we're probably going to see a stomp, but it's a matter of, let's see how well they fare compared to some of the other teams OG has stomped, because so far OG has stomped every single team.
Yeah, and for OG, more so the pressure is on them to continue performing to expectations. You know, it's not just enough for OG Esports to win the series. If we want to continue, you know, praising their play, they have to, you know, they have to destroy MKoi. They have to completely leave them with nothing. No turrets taken, no kills. If they manage something like that, that's when me and Yumus just go, damn, OG are the truth, you know? But if MKoi are at least able to challenge them a little bit, we'll still say, yeah, OG are still, you know, the better team, but at least MKoi, you know, were able to at least get through the games without being completely rolled over, you know? So, and for MKoi, the odds are stacked against them. This is a true David versus Goliath matchup. And, you know, we might set that up and not trying to bait you guys and thinking, oh, maybe there's a chance, you know? If MKoi take a single game and they still lose the series, that's something worth celebrating for the side of MKoi, because then you will be the only team responsible for handing a loss to our top dogs in the Major West League right now.
That would be a monumentous victory. As you mentioned, OG has a reputation to uphold. Every set, every series they play, they seem to do something even better. They extend the gold leads, they end the game even faster. So if OG cannot perform a record-breaking performance here, they're actually upsetting the status quo here. So I think they now need to win these 2 games in under 16 minutes now to beat their prior records or something like that in 16 minutes. Let's see how they can do.
Yeah, it's crazy with the reputation to uphold common, because now it gives me like OG or like Mafia boss vibes where, you know, they can't just let these series, you know, kind of go willy-nilly, you know, just because they're ahead and more than likely securing their spot in the S group. They want to maintain that status as the best team in the league. They want to maintain that status as, you know, the undefeated team, the only team to not drop a single game, let alone a series. And if they can maintain that reputation, it goes further into just leveraging that credibility and that reputation for the rest of the tournament. And it just gives us higher stakes to look at when we get into not just playoffs, but also more than likely OG being the favorites to represent the Major West League at the international later this year.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how MKOI goes ahead and drafts this. During the break, I did think about some things they could potentially do in the drafts. Not many teams actually went ahead and targeted the more comfort or pocket picks on the side of OG. I think it would be a good strategy to maybe ban away the Pei, ban away the Guan Yu, make OG play these OP meta picks, and then you take some as well too. Maybe go ahead and give them first pick. They take one, you pick two. And while they are probably seasoned on these meta picks as well too, they're probably not as comfortable as it is like Dao on the Pei, which feels like muscle memory to him at this point.
So what you're saying is, instead of banning the OP picks, you ban the pocket picks, and then you just, you know, hope for the trade that the power picks are going to be something that they're not as practiced on. All right. I feel like I'm following.
Yeah, leave all the cards on the board, you know, that might be a good strategy to help him out. Like I said, Dao's muscle memory is to be up like 5,000 gold at 5 minutes, so you do not want him to get into that zone there. And give him the Argon. He's good on it too, we've seen him win on it, but he seems to be not as dominant. He doesn't choke you out as early in the game as he is in those pocket picks here. And maybe that'll give you enough time to mount your strategy, scale up, and take a good win over OG that no one has done yet.
Chat, press 1 if you agree with Yumu's coach analysis here. Press 2 if you think he's capping. Just let us know. Let us know. You know, I think Yumu's game will maybe support you, or they might just, you know, press 2 to spite you. You know, I don't know how your fan base is, if they like to clown on you or if they are loyal supporters and they always, you know, ride or die for you.
They do a little bit of both, but it's always questionable to allow Dao on something like an Agron. I'm not fully advising that. I'm saying maybe, guys, we trade some powerful picks. We leave everything on the board. We remove these pocket picks like the Pei and the Guan Yu, which realistically we're not going to be doing anyway. We're not going to be playing anyway. But let's go ahead and go over into these teams here.
Yep. Starting with the blue side, check out the teams.
Gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
On the blue side for our series today, it is Movistar KOI, and they are still going with the recent role swap roster that they started fielding as of day 2, with Muaji going from mid lane to the flash lane, Kentao coming from off the bench into the mid lane starter role, and then Goose going from flash lane into the support role. And as we said before, Yumus, there are some good things about Movistar KOI. These are a lot of players who are new to the esports scene. This is their first time competing in a major esports league in general, and they have all achieved relatively high ranks on the ladder. In fact, I think you said Muaji is ranked 1 in the server so far, and they have the mechanics and they have the team fight intuition to play out these 5-man fights super well. Down to the map play, but of course their opponents on the red side take a chance to meet them. It's OG Esports.
Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The
Here we have Team OG Esports, Dream OG, boogeyman of the West League here, with Wei in the mid lane, Dao in the jungle, and on the farm lane, Muchin on support, and Keke in the clash lane here. Amazing team. We talk about them a lot, we hang on them a lot, but for good reason. They have not lost yet. Former roster for Team Vitality here, participating in the S3 Invitationals here. And I'm looking at some of these notes here. Apparently, the audience also nicknamed them the Italian Mafia for all of the hard time they hit Nongshim during the lower bracket. So you were right earlier about the Mafia vibes about them.
You know, that was just like a for funny off the top, but I didn't realize that was already something kind of well known. But you know what? That fits. That's I like the vibe, and they are definitely the mob bosses of the league so far. They are the top dogs, the kings, undefeated in series score so far in this league, and they're going to continue more than likely that run as they extended their lead series score to 4-0 after their series against Globant earlier today. We're into the draft phase for game 1. As you called out, Yumus, your coach strategy is let them have the power picks, ban away the niche picks, the pocket picks, and you know what? So far,
there we go. It's coming out.
They're going down your philosophy. They're banning away the pay.
Yeah, leave all the strong picks on the board, but remove those picks that you probably cannot pilot to the same level as OG, right? We probably cannot take away the pay and do a similar performance to Dao. So let's go ahead and remove it. No one gets to play.
We will not see the Tiger of the West emerge on the Gorge in this first game of the series. Dharma banned by OG Esports away from Muaji. Jing, another assassin pick taken out of the hands of Dao. And the bans will round out with a Liang ban from M.
Mai and Arlie is up. Which one will MKoi go ahead and go for? I actually prefer the Arlie. I think Mai will require a little bit too much finesse for MKoi here to go ahead and pull off against an opponent like OG. So I really like the pick they end up doing here with the Arlie. Will OG take the Mai though? Of course.
A trade of the power pick. So everybody is going to eat from that elite class of heroes. The idea also secured here from Muchen. And now OG still have a chance to lock in their jungler of choice on the next round before we go into the final rounds of bans. But MKoi taking their choice of a solid tank jungler for Demon Cat in the Dune, at least provides some front line and some durability and some CC. The Dahlia also locked in for Goose.
I am Ogron, the Seer.
Yeah, that is a bit dangerous, taking the Dune-Dolia combo. I've noticed that MKoi really values the Dolia and Dune combo. We see him pick it a lot. We see him really prioritize banning and picking the Dolia here. But the problem is they're going to be able to give away the aggro in there now. And OG has 2 bans on them to remove some of these picks that could threaten the aggro too.
Yeah, this was a similar combo that MKoi used against their opponents earlier today in Twisted Minds, where they let Clean have the Ogren, and they try to just use the CC combo from Dune to lock him down as much as possible. And to their credit, in some of those early 5v5s and those skirmishes, MKoi did look pretty strong, pretty competent. It just came down to the snowball of the later game and the map play as we finish out the second round of bans. Chano and Lady Soon taken away from the hands of On, whereas both Mayin and I believe that's Elaine, a Clash hero for one.
Rafa, I'm looking at these drafts here, and unfortunately it's looking like another ultimate battle draft here for OG, as they have Mai, Diadea, Argrid, and now D Renji here. I think MKoi maybe has over-prioritized the Dolia Dune combo. I don't think it needs to be picked so early to the point where they would have to give up the Argrid here and Diadea, which is an amazing combo.
D-Renja is going to give On a little bit of early priority in this lane, and always some, not necessarily reliable CC, but can at least look for some initiations with that ultimate in the Imperial Order. Ooh, MKoi thinking about their mid laner and clash laner of choice. Princess Frost, great control mage that can at least create space and give some extra farm over to any of the other carries on MKoi if you want to be low on econ, and Charlotte is the line pick of choice for Muaji, but that just opens up Guan Yu for Kiki. Oh boy, Yumus, we've already seen this guy do some unspeakable things on the Guan Yu earlier today throughout the tournament, and MKoi, they're about to get a first-hand experience at how terrorizing this Guan Yu can be.
Yeah, Kiki's Guan Yu. I have a feeling they're going to put a lot of resources into that lane. Every team that's played against OG seems to try to get Kiki behind on the Guan Yu, but it never ends up working out. He stays under his tower, walks around, waits until the mid game, and somehow always finds a way into your back line.
Yeah, it's just such a terrifying pick to have to go up against. As we see the compositions finally lined up and arranged. You've already, voiced your concerns about some of the drafts decisions that were made by MKoi in some of the trades, but they did follow the philosophy of trading power picks here. It is the Ogren, something that Dao cannot be as aggressive on. He's still able to find those windows where he can go for the early invades, and if MKoi are not tracking it, he is still able to find that acceleration of extra gold through counter jungling. But where do you see MKoi trying to find those spikes, those strengths in the win conditions here?
While I do not like Dolia being prioritized so early on in the sense that it would kind of hamper your draft, I do think Dolia is an amazing pick that opens up a lot of characters that makes them better. Dune Dolia, a very traditional combo. Actually, Dolia and Princess Frost too, getting 2 of those blizzards down is going to be really nice to slow down all those melees on the side of OG. If you look at their composition, they have 4 melees if you count Argrin, which is kind of like in the middle. So being able to sit down 2 blizzards, having all of them have to walk through that. D-Renji is not historically a high range character too. He's usually mid-range. So Princess Frost and their play here with Dolia is going to be very important to the outcome of this game.
Yeah, solid adaptation from MKoi and being able to at least take advantage of a relatively short-range composition for the side of OG Esports. We'll see how well they can execute, because when you're going against OG Esports, you might as well just throw out typical matchups and win conditions out the window. And it just seems like MKoi already feeling the brunt of the pressure. A little bit of an early trap from OG Esports, chunking out Goose's health bar as we load up onto the Gorge for the first game of the series.
The idea, one of the strongest roamers or supporters here, and you can see it there, is because that impressive early game, level 1 and 2, Daidy is probably one of the strongest characters, stronger than most carries, junglers for sure, being able to latch on and CC you there and apply all that pressure, so you can't even play the game.
And already that pressure granted by Muchen allows Dao to safely walk in level 1, not even needing the first skill, takes the second skill instead, just to help finish off the red buff faster with the power of Smite. And then once he gets that second skill, you saw Demon Cat try to run on over from his top quadrant to contest Dao, but once he's in that seer state, he can just pop the execute, and if you don't have your Smite, then there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, if you're not on time of stopping Argrin, he will go ahead and take your jungle and get out, and there's not much you can do about it. You really have to be there when it happens or stop him from coming into your jungle for you to be able to deny it, because if he's already on it, there's a good chance he can get out too.
On and Muchen maintaining the pressure 2v1 against Kentao in the bottom side, whereas they've actually shifted Arlie and Dahlia into the mid lane to at least force that early wave in. Now they're going to look for a fast collapse, see if they can make it possible. No level 4s, no ultimates available for the side of MKoi here, whereas level 4 is available for On. Throws out the Imperial Orders, thumbs up Kentao. Here comes a collapse from Goose, but is it enough? I don't think so. MKoi are really trying their luck here, but they just get finger checked here with the mechanics. OG Esports coming out with first blood.
Luli taking the parasol back, almost outplayed Wen there, but it was just not enough as he gets the skill 1, barely enough damage to take him out there. We might see one of these games where the Mai gets a lot of kills this game here as Wen dives under tower and takes out Kentao.
Wen gives his life just to make sure that they can continue putting the pressure down onto MKoi as, nice secure by Dao, able to still execute it. I think, couldn't tell if it was the Seer State or the Smite coming down to get the red buff and stolen away from Demon Cat, but while the rest of OG is creating pressure, Dao is just farming up safely, getting all that gold into his pocket, and then finding these windows to counter jungle once again. And unfortunately for MKoi, because they have to deal with the pressure on the bot lane, the pressure on the top lane, Demon Cat on this dude is not going to be able to fend off the Ogren by himself. He's got a lot of CC, but he needs the damage for the rest of his team to make those opportunities happen.
Charlotte could be in trouble here, but Mugen goes in 1v2. Charlotte, one of his signature picks. We've seen a lot of highlights out of him to Charlotte, even though they have not gotten any wins on it. He's had impressive scores all throughout those games, winning 1v1s, 1v2s even here. So I'm interested to see how he fights the Charlotte against the Guan Yu.
Gonna try to do his best here. This was the blind pick of choice for Muwaji, trying to really rely on a little bit of a surprise pick, something that we haven't seen that much. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was in trouble. Rest of MKoi trying to put the pressure down. Massive knockup, barely sidestepped by the rest of OG Esports, just a little short from Demon Cat. I imagine if that knockup had landed, could have been a great opportunity for MKoi to get some kills back over on their side of the map. Meanwhile, because Demon Cat went to the bot side, Dao continuing his shenanigans of just yoinking camps away on the Ogren.
An interesting adaptation here I'd like to talk about is Kentao actually goes for the penetration boots. We've seen a lot of Princess Frost's mid go for the boots of deafness to roam around the map, but Kentao valuing that damage of the penetration boots to help out maybe the Dune, you know, as a little bit tankier can set up Kentao, and he doesn't need as much mobility, he finds.
Yeah, you can just sense the pressure that MKoi feels. They need that extra bit of burst. They need the extra bit of damage to finish off some of these more durable members from the side of OG, since it is becoming very close in a lot of these skirmishes here. As MKoi, thanks to the pressure that they have continuously leveraged on the bottom side of the map, that's the first turret of the game going down in favor of OG.
And while it's hard to notice, 5 minutes has elapsed and OG has built a 2,000 to, yeah, about a 2,000 gold lead with not much kills. It shows how good they're at controlling the map and getting the farm.
And there's some kills there. RÜYA are not the only team familiar with setting up traps. OG, spring one on the bottom lane of MKoi. And then you just completely snowball it into another tower being successfully taken off the board. Gold lead extended to 4,000.
Wow, just like in a snap of like a finger here, OG goes in and gets 2,000 gold. I was just about to say that they've gotten this gold lead without getting much kills, and then now they get a bunch of kills.
They're continuing to leverage the pressure even further. Now that they have full, unlimited access into this bottom jungle through the bottom side of the map, whenever the waves are pushed in, it's just not safe for MKoi to check this quadrant at all. And OG are just pretty much dancing around MKOI's battle lines. The only place that they can reliably stay under for safety is this mid lane tier 1, but that is the next objective of focus here for OG.
Dao has gone ahead and elapsed the early game weakness that is the Ogren here. Keke still has towers in his lane. I would like to see OG try and take out some of those towers and open up the map so we can see Keke roam around. He's kind of stuck top lane fighting the Charlotte, which is not the most useful thing for Guan Yu. But now you see towers going down, they're grouping up, and now this unlocks Keke's roaming abilities to go through the map and provide some pressure on the Guan Yu.
Ask and you shall receive. Yumu's OG do exactly that. Tier 1 opened up in the Clash lane. Movistar Koi trying to overload 4 members in the mid lane so they can at least fight for some pressure and some space. Still at least a minute before this Tyrant comes back online. Overlord has not been taken by either team yet, and OG are just continuously relentless. As they found a pick onto Goose, and he's got no room left to go. Kentao forced to flash away as well. Unfortunately, for the sake of his comrade, was not able to save his support.
MKoi here, one of the things we mentioned in the prior set is they tend to over-rotate and defend objectives here. As you mentioned, there's 3 people mid. They're overloading mid for that mid tower. And since there's so many people there, it easily lets OG go ahead and take that Clash Lane tower.
Here's the power of Kiki's Guan Yu, already using the ultimate to catch out Luli on the Arlie. Yeah, that can be a slippery hero, but if you've got no room to go and the Parasols are still limited in range, then OG Esports, super easy for them to collapse and pounce. MKoi is continuously losing pressure and areas of space minute after minute as we're heading into the 8th minute of the game. And, you know, the only tier 2 that's in the mid lane, and OG are just dragging it relentlessly without a they drop one on a Wen. but now they're continuing the pressure under the tower. The execute from Dowdow in the seer state finishes off Demon Cat. MKoi now down to 3 members while OG still rocking with 4.
This is just brutal. OG just diving them behind their towers now here. Wen getting a little bit too deep, a little bit overzealous. We've noticed that this game on the Mai, he prefers to just open up the team fights and start it. Even if that means him going down, he knows he sets up his team for victory there as Dowdow cleans up with the Argon.
Yeah, you called it 2 minutes ago. Dowdow has elapsed that window where the Ogren is not as strong. Yeah, we're well beyond that point. Dowdow is now very oppressive on the Ogren, super tanky, and yet can still pack in the executes when he is in that seer state, which is what makes him so damn strong. He's 3,000 gold individually up on Demon Cat.
Yeah, this is really rough. The economy on the side of MKoi is not good. They're also building these utility items on all their characters too. So Princess Frost, while she has the penetration boots, she's forced to build anti-heal first item. That's not going to be enough firepower to cut down all these high base stat, high level bruisers on the side of OG.
And Yumu's, they did it. They pulled it off. They did both of the neutral objectives at the same time. Dowdow was soloing the Shadow Overlord while the rest of his squad was able to take care of the Shadow Tyrant. And now they have the opportunity to send the Shadow Vanguard wherever they want to. The rest of OG trying to hold on. Actually, I think I lied. It wasn't even Shadow because it's just so early on to the game. And here comes the flank on all sides. Kiki right on in with the cavalry with Guan Yu, as we've seen it time and time again. Luli is able to at least equalize by 1 on the Wen, but he will gladly give his life over for the cause of OG Esports. They push easily into the base. One last Hail Mary as a defense. A last stand from the side of MKoi, and to their credit, they actually do hold the lines here for now. Both of their high ground turrets were lost, but they are still alive.
MKoi is still alive here. As I mentioned prior, they are tenacious. They are amazing at holding their base. Let's see if they can go ahead and convert this teamfight win where they take a 4-for-1 into some objectives here. Maybe even the Overlord so that they can get a bit of breathing room here with that summon. Does not look like they end up going for it. They'd rather go for the Tyrant and some more team fighting power here. They need to quickly get what they need to get and get out of dodge as OG's getting back on the map now.
Yeah, Kentao creates space, finds a pick on a win. Wait a minute, MKoi, that's a good pick. It gives them a little bit more tempo, a little bit more breathing room. And even though they don't go for the Overlords, it does add on to, you know, it's on brand, I want to say, for MKoi to go for something that accentuates their natural strengths as a team, which is the team fighting intuition that they do have. Obviously, they've been down a lot of gold in a lot of these fights, and so they're always going to be unfavorable, but the fact that they've been able to hold off this long is still somewhat admirable. But now OG Esports, once again, full control of the map, and they're going to be ripping the Shadow Overlord.
The problem with taking a Tyrant there is you give over the Overlord to OG, and this Overlord is likely to seal the game once it is sent out here. Wen also getting caught out multiple times. We've seen playing a little bit too aggressive on the Mai here. I think that was his 4th death here for Wen, but they're using a lot of resources on him, and Dowdow and Keke and the others are definitely not letting him go down for free.
Yeah. OG curious to see where they're going to send the Shadow Vanguard here. Vanguards are now pouring in. Oh, massive knockup from Demon Cat. Wait a minute, they pick off Wen and they pick off On. Muchen falls as well. MKoi, they're holding strong. They're evening up the gold deficit. It's still 4,000 for themselves, but they're doing everything they can to stall this game out long enough. And now Dowdow, who is pushing all by himself on the top side, he's got no friends. He's got no backup. He's holding off, and it's a powerful Ogre, but when you are facing against the full man of frontal soul of MKoi, they are going to be able to take you down.
MKoi very impressively winning 2 back-to-back fights. They're going to need 1 or 2 more of these, and they should be out of the base here. They need to use this time very wisely that they have now while OG's off the map to push out these waves and alleviate some pressure so that they're not stuck in their base. But it's going to be difficult as they have 2 high ground towers down. Can they start to slowly get back some of the map and some of the towers of OG here while they have breathing room?
What once was an 8,000 gold lead for the side of OG Esports has now been shored up to 3,000. It is still in the lead of OG. They still have the advantage of 2 high ground towers taken off the gorge. But MKoi, are now making it more favorable to take these fights, to take these even number fights, but they still have to be cautious about how much attention they leave on this bottom side where Kiki could easily just go for a backdoor.
Rafa, is this the closest game we've seen from the #1 ranking team and the lowest standing team currently? A 13-minute game with OG, it has never been done before until now.
Yeah,
the minions in the base,
tell.
the minions in the base.
Okay, I mean, Muaji is dedicated to holding the line at the crystal, just making sure that they don't lose to a minion base race. But OG, I'm hesitant to say whether it's MKOI, you know, catching them by surprise, or if OG are playing a little too complacent against their opponents. Maybe going into the series, we know that they are 4-0 in series score. MKOI are 0-4 in series score. We expected OG to dominantly take this game, and for the first 8 minutes, it seemed like it was just going to be, you know, a wash. OG were ready to roll down, but ever since that one base defense, MKOI have been finding windows to shore up the deficit to find their way back in this game.
OG when on the Mai has been playing a little bit reckless, I might have to say. He's opening up these fights for his team, but they're not always succeeding, and sometimes he goes down before anything even happens, and that's giving MKOI
Losing Ken Cow, and that could be the backbreaker for the side of MKOI. They trade it back onto Kiki's Guan Yu. Mwachi's going crazy into the backline. Finds Buchen, gets traded out by Dao Dao, and now on the Ogren when he's got damage in his backline. Maybe he can sustain through. Demon Cat and Lu are not going to be long in this world, and it looked so good for MKOI. There was a ray of hope, but that ray of hope has been dashed away and snuffed out by the darkness. OG Esports continue to show why they're the best team, as they're going to look to push it in for the first game victory.
That fight looks so good for MKOI. They've been winning the last few fights. I thought they were going to win it again and break out of their base. Keke was dropped so low, but then the Argrin here, getting all these executes, quadra kill at the end. There's so many threats on the side of OG. You can't kill one of them. They're like a Hydra. You got to cut off all the heads.
And OG Esports, even after what was Game 1 victory, I think you can tell that OG a little relieved and thinking to themselves, all right, guys, we might have gotten a little too loose there. We might have given them a little too many advantages back. And as we talked about going into the series, we already expected OG to be the favorites, and MKOI with their current series record to, you know, really having to scale the mountain in terms of expectations in order to look competitive. And I think, yeah, I mean, we don't know obviously for sure, but just looking at it from the sidelines, I think there's a chance that, you know, there was some complacency. OG were probably thinking this was going to be a free win, and then once MKOI started turning up the heat, that's when they had to kind of lock things down and, you know, and be a little more precise about the fights that they were taking.
I've been saying it all day about MKOI. They're tenacious, man. All right, they have not gotten a win yet, but every single time they lose, it looks promising. They don't get stomped somehow. They do not get stomped, even against OG, where stronger teams, higher standing teams, they get absolutely stomped. 9-10-minute games, 8-minute games even from OG. They held up for 13 minutes, and it looks really close. At the end there, you couldn't really tell who was going to win that fight. And if MKOI won it, it was going to be their third team wipe in a row against OG. I do think you are correct with the complacency there when getting a little bit over aggressive here, diving into the fights, kind of playing it for fun a little bit here with a 3-5-10 KD, as you can see here on the Mai. But at the end of the day, it was Dao Dao and the Argrin that cleaned everything up as they expended all those resources on Wen, on Keke. He was the contingency clan in the back, getting that quadra kill, shutting everyone down.
Yeah, and for MKOI's sake, we talked about how if they were even able to get one game victory in a series, despite it being a loss, that's worth celebrating if you are MKOI, because it gives you confidence that you can actually make a miracle run in the survival week after this weekend is over, and looking forward into week 2. But even then, this wasn't a game win, but there was a moment where MKOI just showed, like, we're not a team that you can just roll over and, you know, for fun it after you get your advantage. You know, you still have to respect us to a certain degree. And once again, it's the decisiveness that they chose to initiate with those team fights. You know, were they on, you know, members that were overextended? Perhaps. But MKOI didn't let those opportunities, you know, go for free. and they tried to maximize it as much as possible. But in the end, it is still a lead that OG had that was too large to surmount, even with all of the comebacks that MKOI were trying to make.
Yeah, we see MKOI go ahead and catch up there on the graph a few times, almost getting out of the hole near the end here before they ended up going back in there. Luli actually having the most gold in the game, 13,000 gold, more than everyone on the winning side of Team OG here. And I also want to shout out Mooch in there, 94% kill participation here, helping out in every kill except one, and a lot of kills went down on the side of OG, really enabling his team to get all those kills, making sure he showed up to every single fight with the idea, showing why that pick is so priority in the support and roam position.
Yeah. Well, it was a battle to the end for both teams, but in the end, MVP is actually going to go to On the D Renji, who, if we remember in the early game, a lot of the advantages that were created for OG was thanks to this pick in the bot lane, creating a lot of advantages and volatility that the rest of his team was able to capitalize on. Because Dao, his game as the Ogren is, I just want to farm. I just want to steal some camps. I got to scale on up. I don't really want to be involved in these early fights. So if you guys can create all the pressure for me, that would be great. And On is able to do it tenfold alongside the rest of his team.
The Renji's traditionally a utility pick, but On is able to turn it into a damage cannon here, doing a lot of damage on it. And they pick it in the draft to, you know, dissuade the enemy team from going these tanky characters like Dune, because they want the impact from Keke and Mai to be able to shut down these squishy characters. So being able to turn a more utility counter pick into a fully fledged carry is amazing.
Yeah. As you can see, once Dao is able to join these fights comfortably and has enough items in his back pocket, then yeah, he can take over the rest of the game. And all that advantage is created. Although, you know, in some of the highlights you see the moments where MKOI, they saw that brief window where they could have won another fight that would have been their third back-to-back victorious wipe. And had that been the case, Shadow Overlord was coming up again, Shadow Tyrant was available. You still had to deal with the pressure of not having two high ground towers, but that helps you equalize that map pressure. And I think MKOI going into the second game, we're not sure what the strategy is going to be like. We're not sure what the talks are going to be between the players and the coach, but I imagine there should be some confidence saying like, hey, like we didn't get completely rolled by this OG roster. And if we're able to find windows where we can prioritize a little bit more map pressure, we don't experience this same deficit where, you know, the two high ground turrets are gone and you're fighting up against the mountain to try and come back into the game. But of course, we're going to find out how that unfolds right after this break when we get ready for game 2 of the series.
To be a king. find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Movistar Koi and OG Esports. Off of the first game, you might think if you're just tuning in now and looking at the series score, you're like, yep, OG 1-0 as expected. Well, if you go back and watch the game, you're going to see some surprising things after the 8-minute mark where OG Esports, you know, maybe they're having a little bit of too much fun, but Movistar Koi was finding moments where they buckled down and they went for decisive team fights and picks, and were actually able to shore up a lot of the goal deficit. Unfortunately for them, it was just too big of a goal deficit to scale.
MKoi doing excellently against OG, better than a lot of teams here. Sure, Wen was limit testing a little bit on the Mai there, but this is still not to understate MKoi's impressive team fighting. We've seen in all their games, they are very impressive team fighters. They never really lose a fight too poorly. Even games they lose, the score, they're either higher on kills or just about there, as we've seen in this game. Where they struggle is how they play the map. They're not good at managing these waves, so they're always dealing with waves at their base, and I feel like they don't prioritize the Overlord enough past the 10-minute mark, where there's ample opportunity for them to go ahead and get that Shadow Overlord after one of these team fight wins to maybe clear out a wave and give themselves some breathing room. They're always focused on the fight, which is good because that's their strength. And if they can find a composition that can force these fights a lot, it's nice, but it ends up getting them trapped in base every single game, it feels like.
Yeah, and something that you have said a couple times on our broadcast today in previous series, sure, you can get kills, but kills doesn't get you gold. Kills gives you the opportunity to get objectives, and that's where the real gold is, whether it's stealing camps away after finding a good skirmish, or you get a massive team wipe, and then you're able to snowball that into a lot of turrets being taken off the back of it. But if you've lost your 2 high ground towers and you're trapped in your base having to clear minion waves, then yeah, even after a massive team wipe like that, and if you don't have anything helping you in terms of map pressure, like with something like the Overlord buff later on after the 10-minute mark, yeah, it is so difficult. It is so difficult to reliably, feel like you have a chance to make your way back into the game as, a substitution. So, as we said before, Goose was originally the Clash laner, went to support, while Kentao moved from the bench to the mid lane, and Mwaji went from mid lane to Clash lane. Goose is now out, and they're putting Sin, the starting support, back in the lineup.
MKoi has the most roster swap substitution strats of the league so far, swapping Mwaji into the Clash lane here, Goose into support, and now it looks like bringing their sub back into here. Maybe this could be the shakeup they need, but honestly, I felt last game they did a really good job, better than a lot of teams. They just need to go ahead and build on some of their weaknesses and shore them up, because their strengths are very pronounced.
Yeah. We're into the draft phase for the second game of the series. The way that OG has been successfully closing out these previous matches, it could just be our last game of the broadcast today. But the way that MKoi were able to almost come back in the first game, maybe there's a chance. It's a very slim percentage, mind you, but already we're seeing some hopeful ways that MKoi have been able to at least navigate against what seems to be the best team in the Major West League. Mai, as you called out, Diadia also sniped away, which is Sin's favorite support of choice, the Arlie and the Dharma, exchanged by MKoi.
My stealthy sword will shatter the
Yeah, Koi always gives us hope, and hopefully they get something on the board here. If they do, it will be so impressive against OG. While it is only one win, it is probably going to be the most impressive win here in the day, if not the week now here, as we see long game picked up by the side of OG. They did some intelligent bans here on the side of OG, removing the Mai and Diadea, which they've already used, and if they can't go ahead and use it, they don't want MKoi side to use it either.
Right. Well, the Ogryn is being thought about, at least for the side of MKoi, but I'm telling you, if that Ogryn is locked in, I know exactly what Dao is going to go for. Yep, he's already hovering it, the Tiger of the West, looking to make its appearance once again on the Gorge, and they're going to pair it up with some even more early power in the side of Byron for Keke in the Clash lane.
That two-piece core there is so devastating. Dao on the Pei and Keke on the Byron, completely being able to control the top side of the map, using all the early game power of those characters to invade and steal the enemy jungle. We have not seen another team in the West League use those picks to this power level before, with this much aggression and using all the power of those characters to go ahead and win 2v2, 2v3 fights we've seen here, whereas MKoi takes a more traditional composition. I have a bad feeling about this game, Rafa, about what's going to happen to MKoi.
Yeah, I mean, MKoi want to bank for the team fighting phase of the game where they can, you know, force those 5-on-5 fights, but you're going to need some early bridges, some agency from some of these lanes so that you're not completely losing pressure on all sides of the map while Demon Cat is trying to scale up on the Ogryn. Very similar into the manner that OG were able to buy time for Dao to scale up on the Ogryn in the first game, but now that he is the aggressor, he's the one on the Pei, and you already have a guaranteed lane to play through on Clash lane with the Byron, I imagine any top camps in this game, it's not going to be Demon Cats to claim.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough for Ogryn. Let's see if he can go ahead and find some weird invades early game, maybe throw off Pei, you know, and steal some farm from, you know, underneath him. Not really fighting for it. You don't want to fight the Pei for farm, but maybe if he goes into your top side, you can find a way into his bot side and kind of do that sort of trade. OG's definitely not going to make it easy, though, as they are seasoned veterans when it comes to invading and protecting their own jungle. But let's see what MKoi rounds out their draft with here. Maybe the Sunset here locked in. It is locked in, actually, on the side of MKoi.
All right, well, Mwaji is going to do his best to roll in with that boat, making those fast collapses and rotations possible faster than almost any other hero, unless you're something like Lubong, who can teleport at a moment's notice, or if you have something like the Da Chao, who can whirlpool you in from all sides of the map. MKoi round out their composition with the Shi in the mid lane, Liang picked up for OG Esports Wuchen support, and Princess Frost for Wen, as you called out before. Some control mage action and at least something that gives OG Esports another lane of farm that you can always reliably feed into something like On, especially if the early game is not as safe for him.
I think this is probably OG's favorite composition there. The Byron, the Pei in the top side of the map, and the Liang Princess Frost to move around and catch people with those double ultimates here. This is their comfort picks, Rafa. I have a really high hopes for MKoi because of these great team fights, but this might be a really hard bout for them here coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that once Along is able to get to the late game stage of the match, you just are able to walk in and just tap people to death with the amount of damage that is pumping out of your auto attacks. And for MKoi, the task and the challenge is at an all-time high. You have to buy time for your jungler and Demon Cat to scale up on the Ogryn. You have to find windows to leverage some pressure in this bottom side where I'm not sure how much of an early game pick Lady Sun is, but something tells me you definitely have a little bit more agency than something like Long in the first few minutes of the game.
For sure, Lady Sun is one of those characters that could itemize the spike really early as one item if she opts to go for the Axe of Torment. Obviously, that would make you fall off a little bit more as later on when people build up armor, that's not going to be as useful. But maybe that's what MKoi needs to get himself a little bit of breathing room here to stop the onslaught that is OG on their signature comp, on probably their favorite characters here, because we've seen him succeed with so well. And I just want to see how it goes down here.
This could be the last game of the broadcast today, or it could be the making of one of the most incredible stories to hit the Gorge here in the Kings Major West League. It is game 2 between OG Esports and MKOI. Both teams take to the Gorge. And right now, you're already seeing DAO setting up for an aggressive position in that line brush. Gonna get a jump on the Demon Cat, but because he is collapsing with multiple members from his side, he's at least safe enough. They're gonna actually play for a mid-wave push and more than likely go for a bottom lane invade.
Here we go. That is the trade I'm talking about, Demon Cat. If he can just go ahead and not fight the pay for the farm and go, trade away some of his camps, maybe that's a good way for them to maneuver around the early game and get around the pay, as pay is forced to come back to his red side here and secure his camps before he gets taken away.
Good snipe by Sin on the secure. Able to yoink one of the camps away. Meanwhile, Luli on the Lady Sun, trying to contest for this Phoenix at the moment, but now it's a 2v1 as Muchen comes on over in the nick of time to ensure that On is able to secure another camp for himself. Meanwhile, back on the top side, Demon Cat has already cleared his blue buff, but feeling the pressure of potential invades from DAO, forced to take his top side camps just to make sure that he can secure them before DAO finds a window. And for the most part, at least in the first 2 minutes of the game, MKOI have done a decent job of being able to hold back any invades possible by DAO.
You saw the respect that MKOI went ahead and gave the pay invade. The Share was basically following around Agron in the jungle here to the point where he's not even level 4 yet, just to ensure that he would not be caught out without them helping out.
Now just thinking level 4 for Demon Cat, but DAO is so ahead of experience just because he hasn't had to share any of those resources. He's been able to get a lot of that for himself. Pressuring the top side alongside Keke, making sure that Muaji is not able to get the winning side of this matchup and leveraging the pressure that Keke has on Byron. But still, so far, if MKOI are able to continue a game like this where it is just evenly traded, they're slightly ahead in terms of gold. This is so far a winning state as the misses by Muaji. Keke sidesteps it, and the flashes come out from both Clash laners. That was close.
That was an intense 1v1 that easily could have went either way on both sides. But I like this strategy that MKOI is developing, giving Demon Cat his personal bodyguard in Ken Tower, following him throughout the jungle, making sure he's never caught out in a 1v1 against the pay, which is exactly what the pay wants. Sure, he is down in experience, but the gold lead here is actually on MKOI's side at 3 minutes. I don't think we've ever seen this before.
Yeah, but here's a trap. Liang, Muchen with the ultimate, stuns up Sin, immediate numbers advantage. They trade one back onto Web, but here comes DAO, and there's the takedown and the execute in the Tiger form as DAO ensures why MKOI have to respect his pay.
There we go. This might be the inch DAO needs to go ahead and maneuver into MKOI's jungle. As members of MKOI's side have fallen here, they're not able to protect it as well as when they're all up. And this is the start. This seems to be the start here for OG.
Now, the gold lead is still fairly small for the side of OG Esports. It is winning. This is how it seems to always start new moves. We always see OG Esports, even some of the most competitive games where some of the teams decided to take some early agency and try to fight fire with OG in the first few minutes of the game. It seems even, and then suddenly OG will find that window. MKOI doing at least a decent job of stalling out for now, still maintaining gold for the side of Demon Cat's Augurin. They're all grouping up for this first Tyrant of the game, and it doesn't seem like there's a response from OG.
While very surprised to see OG give this over, if they give this over here, as the Tyrant is looking like he's going to go over to the side of MKOI here. MKOI has a pretty solid early game. We see the ship come out from the sunset here. Doesn't really do much, as it seems like they didn't end up needing him. He was probably ready to ride down if OG responded, but as you mentioned, they end up giving it away there.
MKOI just ready to commit the collapse if OG were wanting to take a fight there. Just doing everything they can to play through Demon Cat to make sure that this Augurin is getting online. DAO looking for another invade on the bot side, knowing that he has On and Muchen in his back pockets. Yoinks the camp away. Demon Cat continuing to farm up a storm on the top side now. And OG are still very limited in some of the windows that they're finding here against MKOI. You know, there was some early scrapping on that bottom side fight, but as you called out, it's still a very small deficit.
MKOI might have found the secret sauce here to deal with the pay early game here, as this is, if he's not ahead, like I said, 5,000 gold at 5 minutes, he is behind, and right now he's even along the side of Demon Cat, and Demon Cat with the Argrin definitely scales a lot better.
Okay, MKOI testing the limits here. Sin getting very close. Oh, still has a flash, but getting pressed by Moonpin on the Liang, and the Princess Frost combo right on top. No way to escape it. No chance for a flash as Muaji might be in trouble now too. No flash available, cannot escape. KMP, or Doubthouse Pay I should say, lays down the pain.
That's traditional in OG fashion. When stuff happens, it happens everywhere at the same time. As we see a 1-for-1, wow, in the bot lane here. Liang versus Luli here on the Lady Sun. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dive attempt, and Luli trying to establish some lane pressure and dominance, but because they die under the tower, no chance to at least go for some turret pressure. Meanwhile, on the top side, right after the pick on the Muaji, this is what we're talking about when it comes to map advantages for OG. We take a look back at the replay. Sure, gets the kill, still dies to the tower, not a way to extend the gold lead for themselves, whereas for OG, as soon as they get the pick on the Muaji, Demon Cat cannot stop that turret from falling, and now here comes the snowball Yumus. Tier 1 on the top side, Tier 1 on the bottom side, Overlord taking off the back as well.
Yeah, that was in very MKOI fashion. Some of the matches yesterday I watched, MKOI, they love chasing for kills. And if OG is known for their early game aggression, MKOI is known for chasing down these people when blood is in the waters there. As you see Luli flash from their tower to take out Long.
And without these tier 1s on the side lanes, their only safe spot to step up far on the map is under the mid lane. But yeah, you're starting to feel the pressure now. If you are the side of MKOI, OG can fearlessly start roaming into either of these jungle quadrants, playing through the pressure of these side lanes. Now that the Vanguards are pushing in on both side lanes, OG can just continuously fish for picks, fish for dives. Another stun under the tower to tier 2. Luli's got nowhere else to go. Doubthouse finishes them off with ease, and the rest of MKOI can't do a damn thing about it.
This Liang is just able to confirm so many kills with those flash ultimates to lock people down. Makes his team's job super easy. When knows to drop ultimate on top of it. If he grabs someone here, Doubthouse knows to go ahead and eat him up on the Tiger if they're grabbed. Making it impossible to defend if there's only one or maybe even two people defending. Being able to just remove one of them at a moment's notice.
Set sail used by Muaji, trying to see if there was a chance for a quick, fast pick. MKOI trying to continue to stall out the game, but it's no longer the small gold deficit that they were experiencing. It's now a larger one. 3,000 gold ahead, almost 4,000 for the side of OG.
It looks like MKOI once again has control over the Tyrant there, as OG seems to not worry too much about the Tyrant this game here. We see Sek here taking control of the Pixel Bush there, not letting OG in as they go for another Liang ultimate.
The Liang ultimate right on the Demon Cat. Man, Ogryn at least is able to survive, but it comes at the cost of Kentao being exterminated. Sin also biting the dust here, and here comes the Tiger of the West! Finds his prey in Demon Cat and shows who's the real king of the jungle.
I'm surprised Demon Cat survived that long after being grabbed by Mooch in there with a Princess Frost ultimate on top. Somewhere along that fight, Wen actually got sniped out and taken out too.
And now, all the pressure, all the advantages gained from the skirmishes picked off in that bottom side jungle bleeds into the tier 1 falling in the mid lane. The Tyrant now easily for the taking for the side of OG Esports. And this is how it's done, y'all. If this is your first time watching OG Esports play a composition like this with Doubthouse on the signature pay, this is how it always happens.
Yeah, OG took him a little bit longer than usual to find that inch, but they found it, and now it is ending up to be a mile here as they are up 6,000 gold on the side of MKOI.
Waji looking for a teleport to answer the push on the bottom side of the map, but once again, the power of Princess Frost and Liang working hand in hand to lay down the crowd control and the AoE damage means that no one is safe once the lockdown occurs. Sin bites the dust here. MKOI down to 4 members for the next 20 seconds.
What I love about OG's draft is while we know they're the favorite team here and they are, you know, the probably most skilled team in the rankings wise, their team's win condition is relatively simple, right? You get the Liang ultimate off on someone, everyone drops all their abilities on it, you pick Byron and Pei and control the early game. Their win conditions are so simple, and that's why OG consistently reaches them every game.
Yeah, and like you said, what does on the long get to do? He gets to farm the side lanes comfortably. He gets to be safe from all of the action that occurs from OG putting the pressure down onto MKoi. And so if the game ever does go late, if MKoi finds a way back into this game, you got insurance policy in the case of on long.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, you go ahead and contrast that with MKoi style, and they don't really have a clear game plan on what they're supposed to do here. The Shi is very good at moving some people around. The Set Sail maybe needs to sync onto the back line. We have Lady Sun. It feels like they're a little bit more separated and not as in sync, whereas OG side has very defined course. Pei and Byron early in play the top side, Liang and Princess Frost combo ultimates, and we let Long farm up and scale out.
Yeah, when you're able to force these numbers advantage, it's so much easier for heroes like Pei and like Byron to continuously find those 1v1s, because that's where they thrive. It's in the individual skirmishes where the numbers are not that great in terms of... Oh, I might have disconnected. Am I back? Am I back, chat? You losing my back?
I think I was disconnected here as I had to quickly refresh as my feed was a little bit staggered there. As we go back into the game, we see it's 10-4 here. OG is now up 7,000, coming up on the 10,000 gold mark. MKoi, as usual, doing a great job of defending, but let's see how long they can defend for.
Yeah, the Shadow Vanguard has spawned. We're going to see which lane is getting the empowered one. It is the Clash lane, makes sense. A lot of the pressure from OG is focused on the bottom side of the map, or they can easily rotate over to the next Tyrant spawn if it comes up and they haven't reached the base yet. MKoi doing the best that they can to farm up these side waves, but once again, as you have pointed out before, you're going to have to find a risk. You're going to have to find a window where you are decisive and spring and engage onto OG when they are split up.
Here we see again, as mentioned before, MKoi usually over defends. He sent 4 people bottom, so the Argrin cannot deal with the Pei in the 1v1 as Argrin just takes the tower, as Pei, takes the tower right in front of Argrin.
The high ground tower, first one to fall in the Clash lane, and then now deal with immense pressure through that lane, whereas OG Esports now able to focus their efforts solely through the mid lane, through the farm lane. And the siege continues. MKoi running out of time, still trying to buy as much of it as they can and stall for some of these later item spikes to come into them. But at this point, it just seems like you are stalling out the inevitable.
We've seen this all too many times. MKoi churtling in their base, 5-man defending, giving up that map pressure, having no vision of the map. And this is going to enable OG to do some things they've done in the past where they take both objectives at once and they keep hammering the minions into MKoi's base.
We have toggling vision from our observers here, just showing how bleak it is for the side of MKoi as they finally pull the trigger, diving into the base. The high ground tower falls, and the rest of OG spring their fangs right into the backs of MKoi, the Tiger of the West, just baring his claws and showing how strong he is. The king of the jungle, the undefeated team continues their reign as MKoi lose 4.
That should be it for MKoi here. Interesting start to that fight there. The Byron was actually caught out by Shi as she pulled Byron into the tower. And then Keke noticed, wait a minute, I want to be here. Flashes behind the wall to engage a fight on them, which ended the game ultimately.
As expected, OG Esports sweep the series. Game 1 might have been a little more competitive from the side of Movistar Koi in that later half of the game. But the second game, it was all business. Yes, there was a little bit of early game defense that was solid for MKoi. They were able to seemingly go blow for blow and able to stall it out, but all it takes is that one window where they find the first early tier 1 turret, and then the rest of the map just slowly collapses one by one.
For sure, MKOI did a great job of holding, as I mentioned, some of these strategies where they bodyguard the Ogren, are actually like moments of genius. Now, if all these teams come together, and I feel like we're noticing small weaknesses in OG that every team slowly finds, you know, if all the teams can compile that together, maybe they can bring down the Demon King that is OG Esports here. We're noticing that's a decent strategy that delayed DAO's early game. He's not used to being even with the enemy jungle. He's not used to having to clear his own jungle. But she did a great job of protecting Agron here, and that could be some knowledge used for future games.
Yeah, I mean, it's an eventual, slowly building adaptations that teams are making against the likes of OG Esports, and even some of our top teams like Twisted Minds, who are also showing favor to the likes of using the pay in the jungle, going for that early pressure as a means to defeat something like an Ogren who wants to scale through the early game and become that very hard to kill tank in the later stages of the game, because the other answer is to go for a strong CC and lockdown. And, you know, to OG's credit, even if they didn't have strong CC from the jungle, they had plenty of it from both the support and the mid lane.
Yeah, they really like rounding out their composition with the Liang and Princess Frost. We see them use that combo a lot. I mentioned this a little bit in the game, but OG's compositions, like even though they're one of the strongest teams, they have the simplest compositions. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Byron and the Pei, great early game duo, being able to apply pressure early and invade the enemy jungle. And Princess Frost and Liang comboing ultimates together. They keep it simple, and that's how their gameplay is so consistent, and they consistently win. Whereas if we see MKOI's composition, I don't really know what's the game plan. What is the win condition? Maybe we get a ship onto their back line, and then Sha gets a nice push off. It's too complex, and definitely against a team like OG, when you have a plan of all these moving pieces, it's not going to work out.
At least in terms of the early map play of trying to defend the Ogren was a solid, you know, game plan that they could execute. But at some point, you're going to have to fight. And if you're, you know, the way that the team fights draw out are not as reliable to execute versus the likes of Leon flash ulting you, Princess Frost following up with her full damage rotation, then yeah, something might have to change. But at least we can see the works of, you know, creativity in the minds of MKOI. But for OG Esports, I mean, who else is going to get this MVP? You know, maybe, you know, Mu Chen, an honorable shout out for just committing his flash always to lock someone down alongside Wen's Princess Frost. But this is the Tiger of the West for a reason. DAO, undefeated on the pay, making this hero a hero that we just do not see that often anymore compared to a lot of the power picks, looking like one of the best junglers in the game.
Dealing 27% of his team's damage, ending the games early. Usually you don't see junglers doing 27% of their team's damage. It's the farm laner or mid laner, but he ends up doing all these numbers on the pay.
Yeah, and just, it's always such a treat to see stellar pay gameplay, because when you get to higher levels of international competition, it's so hard for pay to actually reliably get those things to be to feel meaningful, to feel useful in those stages of games where you're trying to force these early skirmishes, the early invades, the time when Pei is at his strongest point, because then usually what happens is you see Pei starting to split on the side lane. And yet DAO is still doing that, but because he's so strong, he knows that no one can 1v1 him in the side lane. They're going to have to bring two, they have to overload the threat. And then that opens up the rest of the map, and then OG Esports, just in similar fashion, every single series that we've seen them before, have just been able to dominate with ruthless map control.
Pei is one of those characters that's on a timer. You know, he's like a reverse time bomb. As the game goes on, he gets weaker and weaker. That's why OG knows they need to end these games out quick. They draft these compositions to take advantage of the fact that Pei is so strong early, because they know once the game passes, let's say 15 minutes or so, the Pei is not as useful. When you get a fully blown team fight, he doesn't have much AoE. His damage is kind of shoddy, right? But while the game ends early and you're able to split up these fights and get these split pushes going, where he's soloing the Agron here while his team's causing a lot of havoc bottom, the Pei is an extremely strong pick.
That's right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of all 4 series of the day. It was a relatively quick show. We had 4 back-to-back 2-0s. We even thought our most competitive series between Virtus.pro and RÜYA was going to go the full distance, but RÜYA being able to collect that super quick game 2 finish off the back of back-to-back kills outside of Virtus.pro's base ensured that we're all going home early, and all the teams are going home early too. There are a couple of off-stream games that have been happening while we've been doing our broadcast live. I know that we had, I don't know if we got the results of the first series of the day, which was between Alo and next RÜYA, but when we get a chance to throw up the group standings for the end of the day, I think we'll get a chance to see what were some of the results from the off-stream series, as well as reminding everyone at home what were the results of the 4 series today.
We'll likely go ahead and update the people on that tomorrow. If not, we could probably try and deduce it from the standings, as you mentioned here. 2 O's all across the board today, all right? Quick games. We're ending probably an hour earlier than yesterday here because OG is here for 2 of the games here. So some really quick matches here. But if you look at just the numbers, you're probably thinking this went according to script here where all the favored teams win. But if you actually watch the games, you see MKOI put up a great fight against OG. They almost had some opportunities to take it here in game 1. Game 2, they had moments of brilliance here too, some of the jungle defense strategies they're using here. All these games are actually really closer than I think we predicted. We probably predicted correctly in which side is going to win, but we didn't predict it to be as even as it was today.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're getting the rankings for the group stage so far in this first week. OG lead the table with 5 wins in their total series score, undefeated in game score as well. Twisted Minds, 3 undefeated games in their series as well. Alo looks like they were, oh my goodness, wait. If I'm reading this right,
I think they won. They won 1, lost 1, I think.
So I have to remind myself, they won the series against Movistar Koi yesterday.
Yeah, they beat MKOI, so they didn't 2-0 off stream here, as in both sets. I think they won 1 set, lost 1 set off stream, if I'm correct.
That sounds like it. We'll have to confirm it and go back through. But you know what? One of the things that we talked about that is still up for grabs is that 3rd spot in the S group. We feel pretty confident that not only OG is pretty much locked in at this point with now 5 series wins, but Twisted Minds, even though they've only played 3 series so far, they feel pretty locked in if they get 1 more series win. Of course, tomorrow it is going to be our match of the week. It is Twisted Minds taking on OG, potentially an early preview of the finals for this Major West League. Based on how everything is playing out so far, there's always time for one of our dark horses, whether it's 9Z Globant, Alo, or hell, even next RÜYA, who are starting to show themselves to be able to outclass Virtus.pro, to rise up through and make a run for it in the playoffs. But this is going to be a banger set of matches to close out our first week of Honor Kings Major West League.
That match, too, is going to be a match to watch. Italy versus Italy here. Unfortunately, I will not be casting it tomorrow, but I'll be watching alongside all the other fans, waiting to see who goes ahead and takes that one down. Next, RÜYA getting the crucial win earlier today, as I mentioned, is very important, as they're only 1 win shy of that 3rd place slot. So it's still anyone's game for 3rd place. 1st and 2nd, we know we're pretty much locked down. The game versus Twisted Minds and OG is probably just for bragging rights, who was the best team in Italy, right? But that 3rd place spot is going to be what everyone's going to be fighting for.
Yeah, it all comes down to it all seems like OG at this point are pretty much locked in. They're definitely locked in for the S group, and maybe just locked in for maybe 1st seed, but who knows? Maybe Twisted Mind brings an upset. We'll find out tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our broadcast officially. We've had a blast casting all the 4 series for you today. Yumus, I'm going to miss you tomorrow on the broadcast. Hope you and the Yumus gang are, hyping this up for all of us in the chat tomorrow. And for the rest of y'all, same time tomorrow. We'll see you next time. Stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you next time.
I will be watching tomorrow. Good luck on the cast, Rafi. Shout out to all the people watching us. Make sure to go ahead and check out Rafa Cast at Rafa Cast here and me at Yumi's Live here on YouTube. We are very excited for this series. I will be watching, don't worry, and the gang will be there to support you as well too. But that's going to be it for today, guys. Thank you guys all for supporting the Major West League, and see you guys next time. Tune in tomorrow, same time. Ciao. Have a good night, everyone.
It's an honor showtime.
We barely found this one question pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions,